at the Apollo.
Yep. What's good?
Kick my feet up.
Fuck is up, YouTube? Welcome to Debate the Fake Fucking News, and we have a show for you tonight. I'm Toxic Taylor along with the Ray Bay, and our little maid Poo Cough seems to be out doing some super misogynistic, gender role ass shit for her husband's Father's Day.
Wah wah.
She'll be excused for the evening to do her housework. Tonight,
The organic
Jake.
Roomba she is.
we have Jake TMM, all right? That motherfucking Muzzy, all right? And he actually wins the debate. It's unbelievable.
I'm
He
excited to see it.
Wins a fucking debate. He steps in the ring with a doctor of androgyny and wins, right? You know why?
Why?
Because Jake actually converted to a real Islam that makes sense, that everyone else believes in. It's not his own little philosophical nonsense. It's like actual Islam. He believes in the actual Islam that the other fucking towelheads are preaching. Now, when our Muzzy buddies are supposed to be here any minute, so I'm gonna kind of cool it on the language. But
Yeah. We gotta this quick disclaimer. We here at DTF, we love Muslims. We love every religion. All right, certain Muslims. Certain ones. We love certain ones. And every religion and certain people from those religions as well. And we just want to be very clear and concise that we do not preach against religiosity or atheosity or any of that osity bullshit. Just want you motherfuckers to live your lives and enjoy yourselves and shit. And I will say this: God did not make us perfect, just good enough to see His plan through fruition.
So so Jake the metaphysician took on a guy that's known in Clubhouse for being a fucking crackpot. He believes, you know what Shiite Islam is, where they believe like that like
Just that Sharia law.
no, they're Shiites. They believe like the Prophet and his fucking family are gods and shit, like sub deities, and they believe a bunch of wacky kooky shit. Like you know the assassins from Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
their religion is based on. They're the assassins from Assassins, like the historical assassins
The hidden
from
ones.
Assassin's Creed. They smoke hashish and they go to these crazy ideas about Islam, and the rest of the Muslims think they're fucking batshit insane. And for good reason too. Like this is when the Muslims are actually making sense. They're like, these guys are fucking nuts. Like when I was over in Iraq, these fuckers used to have a parade where they cut themselves. They have like these big chains with knives and they cut themselves and they walk all the way to their holy mosque in Karbala. Right, and that's a pretty fucking big like that's like they call it Ali Mosque in Karbala. It's like a no shit fucking it's like their Mecca. And they walk and cut themselves and shit. They're bleeding. They got little kids cutting themselves. They're masochists. All kinds of stuff.
They cutting themselves?
They cut themselves. Yeah.
Isn't that like self-mutilation?
Yeah, and they don't give a flying fuck. That's what they do. That's their little penance.
I thought that was against their religion, self-mutilation, like tattoos, piercings.
These Shiites are nuts.
Oh, nuts. Wow. That's crazy. Some people are, they are fucking nuts.
I spent a little bit of time at Eastern Baghdad in that little Sadr City place where these Shiites live. It's like fucking West Oakland times 10. It's pretty fucking bad.
It gets worse than West Oakland, I see.
Cocoa Puffs. And this fucker, Dr. Androgyny, is like their spokesman.
That's the fellow with the checkered shirt.
Yeah, the
Look at mine.
Shiites.
Shiite! West Shiite! West Shiite!
Motherfuckers are nothing but trouble out there in Iraq. Well, that's my experience with the Shiites.
You know
Right?
what?
I hear them on Clubhouse talking all their crazy beliefs and stuff. But wow. Like, I've seen these fuckers in real life and their religion. These motherfuckers make Westboro Baptist Church. They look like Joel Osteen out there in Iraq compared to these Shiites. They look like the friendly Care Bear Christian.
You know, I just want to take notice of Jakey Poo's attire here. I'm really loving the cap on his head. That looks Moroccan, looks amazing. You know what I'm saying? He's really coming to his own.
I told you, TMM has officially converted. He's like a real Muslim now. He's not just pseudo like Justin. He's a fucking real Muslim. He became an Atari Muslim, and that's what most Muslims are. They're Atari.
Oh, they're Atari, yeah.
Atari
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Look at this guy. He's like an upgraded model. You know, he's putting the other Muslims to shame right now. I thought I'd never see this in my entire life, but a white Muslim putting regular degular Arab Muslims to fucking shame. You guys should be ashamed of yourself.
Like, look at Abdul. Zoom in on Abdul right here. Abdul's like, look, man.
Oh, hold on. I gotta plug in my tablet for that. Give me one moment. I can't do any zooming right now.
He's looking over at Jake like, Jake, let's keep this PG. Let's not just have this Dr. Androgyny just mop the floor with them.
Which one can I afford to unplug? Oh, I can unplug that.
Oh shit. My bad.
Your bad what?
Hey Jake.
What happened?
We're not addressing the comments. Hey yo, it's me, dude, from the thingy, the game party thing. Listen to some of your past shit and it's fire. Well, thank you,
Oh yeah. Hell yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, I just met the let me give Indo a shout out right there. You know, I just met him in a game chat and on Stadia. Cool cat right there.
Yeah, sorry for not catching the comments earlier. I just took 2 shots at the Bombay.
Oh, woo! You getting that spicy shit going? Damn.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
You need alcohol for this because this is just like a megalo bashing from the metaphysician.
All right, let's see here.
This isn't a real physician, but it's a real Muslim now. So, like, this dude, like, we haven't even started the video, and already zooming on Abdul. Look at Abdul Rahman. This fool's looking over at Jake like, oh my god. Jake, he's not ready for this.
Why is it not fucking moving like it's supposed to? It's not moving like it's supposed to. I don't know what's going on with my shit. It's supposed to move over.
You ordered the YouTube Premium. That shit you got jacked by YouTube.
I didn't get jacked by I didn't get jacked by YouTube.
What do you get for YouTube Premium? These fuckers don't give us anything.
What are you talking about? I get ad free. I get to listen to everything in the background. You know, it also shows that my wealth. You know, I had Swing Guy. So I was on Clubhouse, and this dude called me fucking poor. He said I was poor because I work a regular job, and I was like, I'm not fucking poor. I don't think you understand what poor means. Poor means you live below the standard of you live below the poverty line. You live below the standard of living. And I'll be right back. Give me one moment because my poor ass has got to go grab my dinner real quick. But yeah, you know, shit.
Poor ass Grubhub.
Now that's what poor people get is Grubhub. I do DoorDash.
My poor ass eats my wife's cooking. My ex-wife's cooking. My ex-wife lives with me. That's my situation. It's totally normal. But anyway, so this is a debate that actually happened. Like, there was a doctor that actually debated TMM, and I'm like, man, this is going to be a total shit show. But in fact, it wasn't. Like we go deeper into this, right? Dr. Androgyny actually started a conspiracy. He antagonized his group of followers to come spam the comment section of TMM and the TAP podcast. And that's the note we start this debate on. And when Ray-Bay gets back, you'll play it. You'll see them. The Dr. Androgyny and his little sidekick he had to have to be there. Jake does not get creamed. This is TMM evolution. All right. TMM has become a real Muslim. All right. He's taken on Dr. Androgyny. He put him to task. Right. Him and his little crony are bitching. Hey, Tap, take off the subscribers only so we can spam your little chat. All right. Now, what you don't know is that I personally put a comment on the video we're sharing, right, from Dr. Androgyny himself's page. One comment. And I said, Dr. Androgyny, I think Jake got you. And that's the only comment on the whole fucking thing. And it's deleted. And I'll show you this. I have screenshots to prove it. All right? So this dude started a little cry session in fucking Clubhouse. How Tap deleted all his little comments from his little conspiracy, his mangle of supporters he told to come spam the fucking chat. This fool can't handle one criticism from me. One, a single comment deleted. Right? Look, go down, scroll down.
Oh, and I gotta open up the it says right here, live chat replay was turned off for this video.
Yes, sir. And watch this. Go to comments. How many comments does it have?
There are no comments.
No shit. I got proof. I left a fucking comment, and I told Dr. Androgyny I don't think he did well, and why I don't think he did well. And that was fucking removed within moments. And I took pictures of it because I knew it. I knew he wouldn't take kindly to that little bit of criticism. I'm telling you, I experienced these Shiites firsthand in Iraq. They are fucking nuts, bro. These are fucking zealots. See, like
religious zealots.
Jake is like this verbal like this fool has like a whole index of verbal masturbation to try to change Islam. But that's not the Jake TMM we see here. He's a totally different guy. He's a changed man. He's got his little fucking chef fedora, right? He's got his new hat. He's a new TMM. He's still ugly as sin, but he's a new man. I left comments on the Thought Adventure page. They turned all our comments off. Dr. Khalil Androgyny didn't like my one comment. My one single comment. The only comment this fucker had on his video. Deleted it. All right? After this whole cry fest about Tap doing the same thing. There is little proof that Dr. Androgyny set up this whole thing. If you want to support our mission as fucking religious zealot Shiite self-masochist, you can go to Tap and you could fucking blast them with fucking supportive comments. Now here, play the video. Let's play this shit.
You ready for it?
Why? It instantly begins with them bitching. Hey, how come our fucking spam bots can't fucking... Why can't our spam bots comment?
All right, here we go.
Right from the gate.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome, guys, to another stream from the Thought Adventure podcast. Today we have a special one where we are going to be seeing Jake Brancatella and Khalil Androgyny debate their positions or their creedal positions
Pause it.
and basically try to defend it against one another.
Look at Khalil Androgyny. He's over there like, I'm really on the internet. They're really allowing me to do this. What's cracking, Jinx? Welcome to Debate the Fake News. We got a special Muzzy episode tonight. All right, we got Muzzy versus Muzzy, or pseudo Muzzy, batshit Muzzy. Dr. Khalil doesn't seem to realize he's on the fucking internet.
So we first want to thank Muzzy Buzz for his super chat. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And let me first begin by introducing Jake, and then I'll tell you what the format of the debate is going to be, and then I'll pass it on to Dr. Javad, who's the second moderator today, and then we'll get right into it. So, yep.
I was on mute.
Give me 1 second. All right, so Jake Brancatella is a former Catholic and he's a convert to Islam. He has a BA in philosophy, and his study and his research revolves around epistemology and metaphysics and Christian doctrines, like the core of Christian doctrines like the Trinity and the Incarnation, as well as inter and intra-creedal discussions, which is, of course, closely related to today's debate. And he has a YouTube channel. You guys can check it out. It's called The Muslim Metaphysician. He's quite known. So this intro is just a formality. And I'm going to pass it on right now to Dr. Javad, and then we'll start with the debate, inshallah.
Inshallah.
All right, thank you. Dr. Khalil Andani is an intellectual historian and philosopher of Islam, specializing in Quranic studies, Islamic theology and philosophy, Sufism, and Ismailism. He holds 2 master's degrees and a PhD in Islamic studies from Harvard University. He is currently an assistant professor of religion at Augustana College. Dr. Andani's dissertation on the concept of revelation in Sunni and Shia Islam was awarded the Best PhD Dissertation Award by the Foundation for Iranian Studies. He is currently converting this into his first book. Dr. Andani has published numerous peer-reviewed articles in several Islamic studies journals and volumes. He also maintains an active social media presence on Twitter, YouTube, and Clubhouse, where he focuses on public education about Islam. Before we proceed any further, can we just make sure
he's one of those Clubhouse doctors?
The YouTube comments, can we open them up, make sure they're open to everyone, not just subscribers?
On Clubhouse. This motherfucker's on Clubhouse all day long. Doesn't have nothing else to do. Doesn't teach no fucking classes. Doesn't teach no shit. He's a doctor of androgyny as the second. They have a second moderator because this motherfucker don't trust the Sunni moderator. He's got to have his little Shiite fucking moderator in conjunction, right, to introduce him. So these motherfuckers are in like a duel with witnesses, like in 1605.
One thing I've learned about Clubhouse is that every doctor on there is not an actual doctor. About 90% of the people that define themselves as Dr. So-and-so on there is like just blatantly lying. They can't fucking heal you with anything. They can't fucking bring you any logic or any real facts and whatnot. So yeah, I'm gonna assume he's a part of that 90% that's just fake as fuck.
Yeah, he's a doctor of androgyny. He's a fucking mental masturbator on Clubhouse, and every waking hour of his day, it's on Clubhouse.
It's amazing that he has a CHD.
Right? Clubhouse is the place where people convince people they know what they're fucking talking about. I don't even have a real fucking account on Clubhouse. Everybody knows who I am on Clubhouse. It's not me. That's why this motherfucker's just like him. He's not a real doctor on Clubhouse. He's an androgynous. Look
so
at
like
look at him.
Woman,
Look at him. He's an androgynist. He's a doctor of androgyny.
And damn, that bacon burger is delicious. That can you explain to me what is androgyny?
Well, androgyny, all right. If you don't know what that means, it means that you don't like men.
You don't like men?
Yes.
Who the fuck doesn't like men? Unbelievable. What is this guy, a feminist or some shit?
It's in Greek, androgyny means like you're male and woman, you're man and woman. It's like what we watched last week. It means you're like a non-binary. That's like kind of an You know, a Boy George.
Yeah.
Boy George, like androgynous.
Oh, okay. Yeah, back in the thing they were doing back in the 80s and shit.
It's somebody that's like a boy and a girl. They're like a boy. They have a boy's name and they're a man, but they dress like a woman. But they're not saying they're a woman. You see what I'm saying? It could be like a beard and shit. It's somebody that's just like anti. non-binary. That's what an androgynous is. It's a combination because like an andor, right? That's like a masculine, and androgyny, right? That's like a man woman.
Right.
So it's a contradiction in itself. It's a male and female, right? The word itself means male and female.
As far as I know, they are. Is Abdurrahman, you're muted.
Come on.
So I don't know
Abdul.
about I think this subscribers thing has been going on for a while, right? Wait, has this issue been brought up? Because I'm just hearing it right now. But then basically all you need to do is subscribe. It's always been like that. All you need to do is subscribe, and then 5 minutes or 10 minutes. I don't know what the exact amount of time is. After that, you can start commenting. So I think that's always been on the channel. But I don't know. Did somebody bring this up?
Look at this already. It's like, yeah, that's like a courtesy. You could subscribe to my channel. I'm hosting the debate. No, but we don't want to subscribe. We just want to spam your comment section.
Exactly. Like a lot of people that
they're bitching about that. We don't want to subscribe to the Thought Adventure podcast, but we want to leave a shitload of comments on the Thought Adventure podcast. You know how fucking petty you have to be? Like, subscribe to the damn channel. They're hosting the debate.
show them some love.
The fuck is that?
What's wrong with you?
Like, debate the facts. This channel has been very critical of the Thought Adventure podcast. All right? You know us. But debate the facts. I'm personally subscribed to the Thought Adventure podcast.
Yeah.
I'm not that petty where I can't subscribe to their fucking channel, even though I think they promote shit. Right? I still subscribe to their channel. I use their videos in my content. It's like, how petty do you have to fucking be?
Subscribe to this shit, motherfuckers.
Yeah, subscribe to them. Like, what the fuck? Like, this fool wants to. He wants to bring in his androgynous spam Shiite bots in there, and they're not even gonna subscribe to the channel so they can come back later. It's like,
thanks, Jinx. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for the sub. All right, thank you. Even though we don't recommend subbing to the channel. Ooh, and we got a like. Wow, you're treating us to the motherfucking filet mignon dinner. But for real, that's what gets on. Look how petty the debate starts. All right, he's worried that his fucking little Shiite followers won't be able to comment because they're too petty to subscribe to the tap.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
They need to subscribe.
I'm subscribed to the fucking tap. For fuck's sake.
I'm subscribed too.
Yeah, man. Why wouldn't we subscribe to their fucking channel? Even if we don't like their content, we still use it in ours.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're gonna go over there and wipe your ass all over their fucking shit, right? You're having a good time. You should subscribe. That's a very petty thing already. That just gives you a taste of what's gonna happen in this debate.
Even if the channel doesn't ask you to fucking subscribe, if I like that fucking the content outpouring from it, or if I don't like it and I don't plan on watching it too much in the future, I still subscribe. You know, it's all about showing love, ladies and gentlemen. And if you don't know how to fucking show love, you're going to be a hateful person for your entire life.
It's the chivalrous thing to do. Even if you hate every iota of what they're talking about, if you're going to put that, you're going to platform that, like we do, right? We platform tap several times. We counter platform them, whatever. We're still subscribed.
Yeah.
This was bitching about only subscribers get to comment.
Shit. That's the way it should be.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Because I'm not aware of it.
No, I didn't know anything.
But then that's it's always been like that on the channel. So so anybody can comment. Doesn't anybody can just press the subscribe button and then just start commenting?
Yeah,
I think
you
5
can
minutes after.
unsubscribe afterwards, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. And then you can unsubscribe if you don't want to stay subscribed.
Good point.
But it's a new feature.
Good point, Jakey Poo. Good point, Jakey Poo. Yeah, man. See, I thought you was a dummy.
That fucking petty. You just unsubscribe. It's like, no,
yeah.
We want to subscribe, but we want to shit. We want to shit all over the video. We want to enjoy the video. We want to fucking throw our little nuts and bolts in it.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want to subscribe. We're too petty to make one fucking click.
Prove it. Go subscribe to me, you bunch of trolls. Who's it? Seeking Truth. I'm subscribed to you, Seeking Truth.
I'm subscribed to Seeking Truth. I'm subscribed to fucking Alex Jones. I'm subscribed to Jake, the Metaphysician. I'm subscribed to Tap Podcast. I'm subscribed to Daniel Hakikachu. I'm subscribed to everybody I fucking showcase here on my goddamn channel. Whether I like them or not, whether I think they're complete fucking goat tards.
Oh,
I still
I'm not.
subscribe to their content because I'm using it in my fucking channel.
I gotta make a clarification. I'm not subscribed to Tap.
You're not
Oops.
subscribed
Here.
to Tap.
Now I am. No, I was. When we first started this joint.
Everybody watching, subscribe to Tap. If you're gonna fucking knock the guy, right? Subscribe. And then you can see what you're fucking knocking. It's a very petty thing to do to not click subscribe.
I feel terrible now. I'm all like, oh yeah, I'm subscribed to those guys, and then I look down and I'm like, wait, no, I'm not. I'm not fucking subscribed to them niggas at all.
I'm even subscribed to that fucking Chomo EA. Because I don't find like no matter what, like I don't find the pettiness in my heart. I don't really find the time to think about who I'm subscribed to be honest with you. But I don't unsubscribe. Like it's a very petty thing to do.
Yeah.
I subscribe like, hey, these fools, right? They gave us that fucking shit show with Aaron Raw, and we did that. I subscribed to say, hey, maybe there'll be more shit shows in the future. I'm not petty enough to go unsubscribe. You see what I mean? So I've been subscribed to Tap since they had like fucking 5 subscribers. The same thing with TMM. I'm like one of his first fucking handful of subscribers too.
Yeah, fucking subscribe, losers.
I personally don't think I've ever unsubscribed to anybody.
People subscribe to us all the time.
I don't have the time to unsubscribe.
Yeah.
Or the pettiness in my heart to do it.
Like who's literally just like, I hate what they said. Let me stroll on back. Nah. You know.
Yeah, that's fucking petty shit.
Find somebody's channel and shit. You know, I'm subscribed to like thousands of fucking YouTube channels right now since like the beginning of this fucking thing's inception, and there are a shit ton of videos that I do not watch on YouTube. You know, a lot of these channels that I'm subscribed to, I barely even watch them anymore. Like, you know, but I'm not fucking going to go through my fucking list and be like, do I watch this dickhead? No. Do I watch this dickhead? No. You know what? Let me unsubscribe. Unsub. It's painstaking.
We can't comment because we're not subscribers. I've been a subscriber to Tap since they started. So I can comment, and I don't have any little petty issue about that. Like, I want to unsubscribe to you, but I still want to leave my little trolly comments in your comment section.
Yeah. And look at Jake's face.
Think about how small your fucking testicles have to be in order to make a statement like that.
This image of Jakey Poo right here is just very indicative of the, you know, he knows this type of attitude fucking
we should
stinks.
honor. Yeah, let's just play. Let's honor our subscribers here, like Jesus exposes. Let's play the video.
Yeah.
But this is a critique of the video, though. We're gonna critique it. Alrighty, Dr. Androgyny.
It's a new feature on YouTube, and a lot of people have been doing it. So yeah, I think anybody who wants to subscribe can subscribe. I just want to tell you guys about the format of today's debate. So there's going to be 20-minute openings from each side. Jake is starting.
20 minutes.
And then there are going to be 20-minute rebuttals on each side as well. And then 5-minute rebuttals followed by 15 minutes of cross-examinations each. And then 10 minutes closing each. So that's the format. And since Jake is starting, Jake, once you're ready, I am going to start my timer right here. And you just...
Abdurrahman, I got a question for you, Abdurrahman. Is there any way that you can open it up right now for comments? Only because it's already going to be your audience. So it is another disincentive for somebody to comment So if you could open up,
I don't know. I mean, I can't make that decision like on my own, but then I don't see the problem.
I don't care. I just don't know how to do it.
I wouldn't know how to do it either. Like Riyadh, if you're hearing us right now, you can do it.
I don't mind. Here, I don't really care.
Yeah, like you can open it up, but as in the sense that like all the streams we've had all sides commenting because people simply subscribe and comment, and whoever wants to unsubscribe later can unsubscribe.
I didn't even know that was a thing, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, it's recent, but we can try to like reach out right now and make him remove it.
They're really like unbelievable.
Okay,
Just
so how about
video.
we start? And I'll be working on this, as in I'll try
2.5 hours long. You guys are going to
Jake,
go for about 4 hours. Of course.
As long as it's not a distraction, you let me know when you're ready, and I can start.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, hold on.
Or do you want to take care of this
be
first?
In it for the long haul.
I don't care. I don't know anything about this issue, so it's up to Khalil.
Okay,
if he feels uncomfortable, then we'll wait. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, it's done. It's already done. Okay, so we can go ahead right now. Okay.
All right. Let me see if I could share my screen here.
They caved. They changed their settings. The people couldn't simply click the button.
Not just subscribers can comment. Everyone can comment. They changed their preference for the sake of Dr. Androgyny. Here we go.
Okay, you guys able to
Here
see
we
that?
go. The Atari champion, Jake TMM.
Where's my mouse?
So, guys, when
I move it, it moves with the as well. Correct? You see the title now.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So one last thing for the people in the chat, please keep it respectful because there's already been comments that are like inappropriate. We want to keep it civil, both
keep it civil, guys.
In the discussion itself and in the chat, and we will ban or block or time out anybody on any side who is disrespectful in the way they're commenting. So I mean, to the best of our ability. So yeah, please keep it respectful. Jake, whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready. Abdurrahman, just make sure you mute yourself, bro, because I can.
Yep. I'm about to.
Okay. All right.
Hey, go ahead.
Sounds like somebody I know.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. Wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in amma ba'd. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The subject of today's debate is Tawheed and the oneness of Allah. I will be defending the ethity position, and Mr. Andani will be defending Islamic philosophy, and more specifically, the Ismaili Neoplatonic model. However, as you soon will see, Khalil's position is not only false, but there's nothing Islamic about it. Now, let me explain the structure of my opening statement. I will start by outlining what the ethity creed is and the reasons for holding to it. And next, I will provide and explain what Khalil's position is and provide reasons for rejecting it. So, what is ethity creed? Well, we affirm what the Quran and Sunnah affirm for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we do not attempt to go further. We accept what has come to us in the Quran and the authentic Sunnah without rejecting the text, without tajseem or making Allah like his creation. Nor do we create esoteric interpretations of the text that no sensible person could derive from the text alone. We do not seek to use alien philosophies and metaphysical notions that are not derived from the text in order to derive our interpretations of the text itself. This is primarily because we are certain in our belief that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala exists and that he has sent the Prophet Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam with the Quran and the authentic Sunnah of the Prophet, which is obligatory to affirm and to follow. We have no doubt about the truthfulness of the guidance that has reached us, and so we accept it as it comes. We seek to have our beliefs and creedal affirmations in line with what the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam has taught and what he has brought and taught to his companions, and what the righteous from the earliest generations affirmed and taught as well. This is quite simple, straightforward, and easy to understand. However, in order to understand the creed, you must be familiar with the text of the Quran and the Sunnah. So, let's take a look at some examples. Starting with, to understand Tawheed, let's start with Surah Ikhlas. In the Quran, chapter 112, verses 1 to 4, Qul huwallahu ahad. Say, He, Allah, is one. Allahu Samad. Allah is the one who depends on nothing, but everything depends on him. Lam yalid wa lam yulad. He begets not, nor is he begotten. Wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. And there is none equivalent to him. So Allah is one, independent, does not beget, nor is he begotten, and there is none equivalent to him. But that's not all. Allah is the one without any partners, children, or anything else that you can think of, as he has not in need of anyone or anything. Again, in the Quran, chapter 59, verses 22 to 24, he is Allah, other than whom there is no deity, knower of the unseen and the witness. He is the entirely merciful, the especially merciful. He is Allah, other than whom there is no deity, the sovereign, the pure, the perfection, the bestower of faith, the overseer, the exalted in might, the compeller, the superior. Exalted is Allah above whatever they associate with him. He is Allah, the creator, the inventor, the fashioner. To him belong the best names. Whatever is in the heavens and earth is exalting him, and he is the exalted in might, the wise. Notice that to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala belong the best names, the creator and the one who knows all things. We believe Allah when he states in the Quran that he created Adam alayhi salam with his own hands and that he is above the throne. However, this does not mean that we believe Allah has physical limbs, nor do we say that he is encompassed by space. We affirm these texts on their apparent meanings and that it is obligatory to believe in them, not seeking to reject them without making ta'wil or seeking false interpretations, while at the same time not likening Allah to his creation. At the same time, we are not anti-reason. We believe that reason is a gift from Allah to mankind, and that using it properly is praiseworthy. We do not believe that the text of the Quran and the Sunnah can or do contradict reason. However, we are highly skeptical of metaphysical principles that are alien to the Quran and Sunnah, or even contradict them, and at times are used to construct theologies that are not in agreement with the text. On the other hand, reason can be employed as an apologetic tool in defense of the Quran and Sunnah. This includes rational argumentation for the existence of God that is derived from the text itself. We can speak more about these issues in detail later if need be. I will now turn to my opponent's position and present three main arguments against it. My first argument is meant to establish an internal inconsistency, both in Khalil's methodology and specific theological positions. He is claiming to defend Islamic philosophy in the debate title and adopts the methodology of the philosophers in several key positions that they hold to. However, he is simultaneously claiming to defend Ismaili Neoplatonism, conceived of by such figures as Abu Yaqub as-Sijistani and Nasr al-Khusraw. The problem is that the methodology and position of the philosophers, such as Ibn Sina, is diametrically opposed to that of classical Ismaili theology. My examples are aimed at demonstrating this fact with the intention of exhorting Khalil to take a stand on these key issues as to absolve himself from these contradictions. If he cannot do so, he will fail to defend his position in this debate, as his position currently constructed is contradictory. First example, can the existence of God be proven through reason alone? Khalil says yes, and he will probably give some form of the contingency argument in his opening statement to support this. However, his classical Ismaili texts say that God cannot be proven by the intellect alone. For example, Nasruddin at-Tusi states in his text Paradise of Submission, and I quote, "As for proving the existence of God Almighty, human beings cannot establish such a proof, because he, the exalted one, is in reality the founder of all established things. Anyone, including Khalil, who says he can prove his existence, therefore claims to have comprehended the reality of the identity of the transcendent being. But such comprehension by created beings is a supreme form of absurdity. And since comprehension of him is impossible, the proof which they wish to establish is equally impossible." Close quote. The famous Hujjah, or proof of the Imam, Nasr al-Khusraw, states in his text Between Reason and Revelation, and I quote, the true doctrine of oneness lies in interpretation of the book and the sacred law, not in some dark interior of the community, as this group claims and as we find in their pronouncements. For this reason, the emissary of God called people to God's oneness by God's command, not by the command of the intellect. They accept religion as a matter of individual opinion so that they may practice speculation. Thus God says, "Say, it is revealed to me that your God is one God. Are you going to surrender?" Close quote. Notice that knowledge of God is by his command, not by reason. Well-respected scholar Wilfred Madlong, in his article entitled The Prophetic Chain and the God Beyond Being, states, and I quote, characteristically, Ismaili theology did not attempt to offer a proof of God, that first concern of any rational theology. A rational proof of what is beyond reason and being was evidently futile, nor was there any need for it. For God, Abu Yaqub affirmed, is more certain than everything certain. This was a certainty which becomes evident to the human mind only by revelation, close quote. So, is Khalil an Ismaili that rejects the position of the scholars he is claiming to defend, or has he in fact left his religion to follow Ibn Sina? Is God the necessary being? Classical Ismaili texts say no, but Khalil says yes. Nasr al-Khusraw in Knowledge and Liberation states, and I quote, under it, there are the necessary existent, which is the universal intellect, not God, and the contingent existent, that is the universal soul, which is under the intellect, close quote. So, the necessary being is clearly identified as the universal intellect. Commenting on this passage in an Ismaili publication, Parvez Morwedge says, and I quote, nor is he, Khusraw, a follower of Ibn Sina, for whom God is the necessary existent, whereas Nasr places God above the necessary existent. Nasr al-Khusraw presents two remarkable ontological doctrines in this work. One is a radical development of the Neoplatonic idea that existence cannot be attributed to God, and that unlike the Avicennan tradition, the necessary existent is the universal intellect, and not the ultimate being analogous to the God of monotheism, close quote. Ash-Shahrastani, in his text dedicated to refuting Ibn Sina, states, and I quote, the method of demonstration for Ibn Sina and whoever follows him, including Khalil, comes apart because division does not apply to the equivocal. On the other hand, the procedure of the prophets, upon them be peace, is in accordance with what we will report. So we say, the Creator, exalted as he, is too well known for his existence to be pointed to by anything. And the recognition of him, exalted as he, is true innate predisposition, fitra, close quote. Once again, is God the necessary being proven by the contingency argument as conceived of by Ibn Sina, or is he beyond the necessary being and only known through the fitra or the imam as the Ismailis claim? Khalil needs to decide whether or not he is an Ismaili in this debate or a follower of the philosophers in order to even have a chance in this debate, because as it stands, his position is contradictory. Is creation a necessary consequence of God's essence, or is it a free act of God? Classical Ismaili texts say that it is a free act of God, and Khalil says that it is necessary. As-Sijistani in the 15th Wellspring titled, and I quote, that asking why God created the world is impossible and absurd, states, the rule has been handed down to us that it is impossible and absurd to inquire into the reason of something, the very manner of whose being is incomprehensible. However, it is generally agreed that no one has ever understood the manner by which the Maker brought the universe into being. Although some scholars did insist that how the Maker brought it into being is by command, they did not understand the manner of that command itself. But since their views are in agreement that the comprehension of the manner by which the universe has its being is outside the realm of possibility, inquiring into the reason of its existence is even more absurd and even further beyond inference. Perhaps the reason of it lies within the question of its manner, and thus understanding the reason is difficult because its manner is hidden, close quote. Madlong confirms this in the same article cited earlier when he states, and I quote, more significantly, however, these changes reflected the volitional nature, the liberty of the act of creation as conceived in the Holy Quran and Islamic tradition, in contrast to the emanational doctrine of the philosophers. With the same motive, Ismaili theology expressly denied, against the philosophic tradition, that God is the first cause. The basic error of Ibn Sina and his followers in this question is that they view the world as an emanation from God, which is necessitated by his essence, or that. Thus, they describe God in relation to the universe primarily as its necessitator. The world then appears as an accidental, unintentional consequence of his essence. God is, however, in relation to the world, primarily its giver of existence, not of necessity, and revealed scripture describes his acting towards it with terms like option, ikhtiyar, will, irada, creation, khulq, command, amr, and reign, mulk. Close quote. So, once again, is Khalil following the necessitarianism of Ibn Sina and the philosophers, or the view that creation is a free act of God, as the Ismailis claim? Khalil needs to get himself out of this contradictory position to even have a chance in this debate. Is the God of the philosophers in Mu'tazila the same God of Ismaili theology? It is clear that they aren't, but Khalil tries to make it seem like their notion of divine simplicity is the same, even though it clearly isn't. Nasr al-Khusraw states, and I quote, "To posit one essence with 6 different attributes is not true tawheed. Quite the opposite. It is to posit a multiplicity. Nor can it be true tawheed to ascribe creaturely qualities to God. On the contrary, that is anthropomorphism. This group never sees anything better than themselves, and indeed fancy themselves to be God. That is extreme error." Close quote. Khalil himself, in a published academic article commenting on this passage, states, and I quote, Nasr concludes his critique of the Mu'tazilites by accusing them of the very anthropomorphism that they sought to avoid. Khalil himself admits that Nasr al-Khusraw views the position of those who believe God has multiple attributes identical to his essence as shirk, which includes the Mu'tazila and his so-called philosopher friends. In fact, Nasruddin at-Tusi says the philosophers are fuel for hell in his work Contemplation in Action. He states, and I quote, "Firstly, as the philosophers have explained, absolute certainty cannot be achieved by reasoning from effect to cause. But since the highest state of knowledge for the speculative rationalists is to know cause from effect, no rationalist can come to know God. Surely you and that which you worship apart from God are fuel for hell. You shall go down to it. Such is the ultimate stage the rationalist reaches in his quest for perfection." Close quote. So, has Khalil left the Ismaili faith and is now following the methodology and theology of the philosophers? Or is he going to condemn the philosophers and say that they are anthropomorphists that cannot know God and are fuel for hell? These are questions that need answers to. Khalil's view, and my second argument, is that Khalil's God is not the God of the Quran. Khalil does not believe that Allah is the direct creator of the heavens and the earth. He does not believe that Allah is all-knowing, all-powerful, and perfect. In fact, his books state that to ascribe such names and attributes to God is shirk and anthropomorphism. Nasr al-Din at-Tusi describes the Ismaili God as, and I quote, "He cannot be attributed with cause or effect, existence or non-existence, temporality or eternity, necessity or contingency, nor any of the other kinds of opposition. He is beyond any attribute by which something could be qualified, whether it be non-existent or existent, negative or positive, relative or absolute, verbal or in meaning. He is beyond all this and also beyond the beyond and so forth." Close quote. Nasr al-Khusraw claims it is polytheism to ascribe knowledge and power to Allah when he states, and I quote, "It is wrong to ascribe the opposites of such attributes, such as knowledge and power, to him. Glory be to him. He is exalted on the grounds that these too are creaturely qualities. The so-called theologians of this community have plunged into grievous error in their inquiry, in ascribing their own fine qualities to God and in declaring him devoid of their bad qualities. And for this very reason, they have fallen into polytheism." Close quote. So anyone in the audience, if you're listening, who thinks that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or God, is all-knowing and all-powerful is a polytheist, according to Khalil and Ismaili theology. Khalil would like us to believe that when Allah tells us in the Quran that he is all-knowing, all-powerful, and the creator of all things, us Muslims have just simply always misunderstood these verses. My third and final argument is that Khalil's concept of God contradicts reason. His God cannot be known and therefore cannot be worshipped. Remember that the Ismailis cannot prove their God exists. This is because they believe God does not exist and is beyond reason. Paul Walker, in his book on the Ismaili Hujjah al-Kermani, describes the problem as
Paul
such,
Walker,
and I quote,
Paul Walker?
"Languages cannot signify God as he really is, since the signifier must have a referent that exists and can be known. God, however, is unknown. One cannot signify with language or with abstractions in the mind something that is unknown. Therefore, one simply cannot speak about God." Close quote. So listen closely. Every single time that Khalil opens his mouth to speak about God in this debate, I will remind him of the fact that nothing he says actually refers to God at all. This debate is already over, folks. Khalil should simply leave his mic on mute, as he cannot even speak about God whatsoever.
Ooh,
Paul Walker again
what a
states, and I
burn.
quote, Those who have proposed such an absolute view of God, as for example, to say with the Neoplatonists that he is beyond both knowledge and being, have been regarded almost necessarily as mystics, at least in theology. Indeed, it has been hard to discover a rational and non-mystical yet religiously satisfying explanation for such a paradox as human worship of an unknown God. It should be clear that As-Sijistani offers no new method for knowing the unknowable God. He never really concerned himself with a demonstration of how he knows the unknown God to exist. This problem, which really has no logical solution, of course, was for him secondary, close quote. So, Khalil's God does not exist, cannot be known, and cannot be worshipped. On this basis alone, his position doesn't even get off the ground and really shouldn't even be considered. So, Khalil needs to explain to us whether or not he is still an Ismaili or has he apostatized in favor of the creed of the philosophers. Secondly, he needs to explain to us why we should reject the plain reading of the Quran and the fact that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the creator, all-knowing and all-powerful. Lastly, Khalil must explain to us how we can know and worship an unintelligible God beyond existence and intellect. Khalil believes that Allah is not the creator of the world. He is not all-powerful. He is not all-knowing. He is not perfect. He is not all-wise. And that he only has the ability to perform one action. Imagine that. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala only has the ability to perform one action. He couldn't do anything else, even if he wanted to. Instead, he attributes all of the beautiful names and attributes to two other eternal beings, known as the universal intellect and the universal soul. And get this, they aren't even mentioned in the Quran. Simply and straightforwardly, this is not Islam. بل نقذف بالحق على الباطل فيدمغه فإذا هو زاهق ولكم الويل مما تصفون. Thank you very much. And I look forward to hearing from Khalil.
All right, pause that shit.
Damn!
That was the epic debunk of Ismaili Islam. So for those of you tuning in, what Jake said is, all right, we have a Quran, we have a Sunnah, but we can't take any of it, right? We can't take any of it on our own patience, our own intellect, our own understanding even, right? We need Islamic philosophers to come, and anything that they say regarding to God being all-knowing, God being all-powerful, any kind of anthropomorphism used to describe Allah's SWT, right, to the Muslims, is shirk, according to Khalil's position.
I really gotta say that that our boy Jakey Poo's fucking PowerPoint presentation was on point. You know what I'm saying? Very concise. You know what I mean? Just really just right to the fucking gut. You know what I'm saying? The good doctor, you know, I guess he has his camera off because he's ashamed. He already knows that this is not a battle for him to win. I don't know much about religion, so I really don't have like a ground to stand on, but I do think that Jakey's fucking presentation was just magnificent. So
that's the main point he has, that if God is all-knowing, all right, that's his contention with the Authority Creed. Is that they are both, they don't liken creation to the Creator, but they say, oh, but he's all-knowing. And that is something that we can liken to creation. Like if I know everything about automobiles, all right, that makes me an all-knowing mechanic. So they're saying God is all-knowing, is anthropomorphism. And that's what these fools do in their pseudo-philosophical way, is they try to explain that anything that can be likened to creation is not of God. It's an anthropomorphism. Right? Jake explained that. So this fool believes in an all-knowing creator. All right? He believes in shark. If he believes in an all-knowing being, if he knows an omniscient being, an omnipotent being, right? All these things can be likened to a created being. Jake takes this angle and says, look, anything you say can be applied to anthropomorphism, and it can be discarded. Right? You don't even, like, the Ismailis don't even have a point where God exists outside of metaphysical property. So Jake's ironed out his points here. Like, how can you even be here with me in this debate, arguing from this position that you have, where God is completely anthropomorphic, he's completely unambiguous, right? Everything he says, right, has to be rationalized and unrationalized. It's not something we could ever understand. So why do we attempt to understand it, right? I believe the Ismailis believe that there's certain people that understand it and the rest of us don't.
So wait, just go over with me real quick. What? So Ismailis, are they like are they Islamic, or is this like a different religion?
Well, Jake's saying no, and I believe him.
Okay, because yeah, I'm confused because like I always thought that Islam was, everybody followed Allah, and Allah is their creator and what have ye, and that's how I look at it. From what I'm hearing from Jake's argument is that this guy is basically saying that Allah is not the creator, that it's actually these other two beings, and you know, it's I don't get it.
Well, basically, the Muslims we know, right, as stupid as they are, they believe that, like, the sun, like the sky is being held up. It's like a glass ceiling being held up by Allah.
Right.
And that their prophets justified to marry a 6-year-old. Right? Married a little pubescent girl. And like on the next page it says, like, you can't have your brother and sister sleeping together when they're 10. You have to separate them from the bed when they're 10.
Right.
Right? So it gives us that, right? It understands certain aspects of the world. But Jake is saying that, like, this is the Islam we've accepted, good or bad. We've accepted it as a religion. And, like, the position that the Ismailis have is that they don't know what the fuck any of that shit means. They have to take it wholesale from somebody else, a wali, I think they called it. So there's certain people that just dictate what all this shit means. It's anti-intellect, it's anti-reason, it's anti-all that.
Right.
And that's what Jake's opening argument was. Well, yeah, you believe the Quran is based on reason, all this, but you take it wholesale from these imams and this Aga Khan dude, and it's all just a walking conundrum where us Shias believe the shit, right? For whatever reasons we have to believe this, that it's okay for a prophet to fuck a child and drink camel urine. Whatever reason we believe that, we understand what the shit says and we believe it. We're not just following blindly based on what somebody's fucking mentally masturbating us. And this is something I've seen. In this case, Jake has completely departed his former apologia. He has evolved in the way of Islam. He's accepting the Athari, which is like a literal version of Quran and Ahadith. And right, I want to see what Dr Androgyny has to respond with this. Like, how does he even respond? Like he said, Jake had a point. You should put your mic on mute because there's nothing you can say even. Because you need your walis, you need your imams, you need all this to interpret the shit for us. Because whatever you say isn't based on intellect or reason. It's based on this philosophy that's just handed down esoterically. You know what I mean?
All right, let's see what the good doctor has to say and get right into it here.
Dr. Androgyny's response. Jake, epic.
Okay, thank you, Jake, for that opening. So right now, Khalil, are you ready? Jake, can you, Khalil, you're muted.
What is Khalil in a cafe?
You're,
I'm just sharing. Can you put my screen on the screen, and then I'll run.
yeah. Jake, are you able to switch yourself and Dr. Khalil the on the screen? Yeah. Okay. Perfect. All right. Great. Okay. So whenever you're ready, 1 second. Yeah. Okay. So whenever you're ready, Khalil, you can just give me the shout, inshallah.
What are they using? Is that Zoom?
And Abdurrahman, if you could go to mute as well, please.
Yeah.
Is that Zoom or StreamYard?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ala Muhammad. Thank you to Jake and our host for inviting me. To be honest, I'm not a debater. I'm an academic intellectual historian. But for this occasion, I've made an exception because my opponent has a habit of misconstruing and takfiring any Muslim who holds to certain beliefs, including many Sunnis, Twelvers, Ismailis, Sufis, and Falasifa. Now he's takfired me out of my own community, which is an interesting move to make. So today, I will defend the Tawheed of Islamic philosophy, including the Tawheed of the Ismaili tradition, and my defense will include a critique of Jake's Athari beliefs, without takfiring the Atharis out of Islam. Now, Tawheed means that God is absolutely one and absolutely unique. God is the independent, necessary reality. He is unique, eternal, timeless, and the creator of everything that is other than him. I will show that Islamic philosophy fully upholds this view of Tawheed, while the Athari creed utterly fails at Tawheed. Now, in Islamic philosophy, Ismailis included, we maintain that Allah is absolutely one, simple, without any parts or multiple aspects within him, and that he is timeless and immaterial, and that God has no similarity to his creation. And God is the creator of everything through a created hierarchy of intermediaries, beginning with the first creation of Allah, known as the first intellect, the pen, or the Nur of Muhammad, and then through the second creation of Allah, known as the universal soul, the second intellect, or the guarded tablet. And through the mediation of the first creation and the second creation, Allah creates and sustains our universe. Thus, Islamic philosophy maintains that Allah is absolutely one, absolutely unique, and absolutely dissimilar to his creation. On the other hand, my Athari opponent, Jake, does not affirm pure Tawheed. He believes that Allah contains multiple distinct entitative attributes that are not identical to himself. So in the Athari view, Allah is composed of numerous uncreated finite entities like you see on this circle pie chart diagram. Furthermore, the Atharis believe that Allah has attributes that do resemble his creation in some respect. He exists within time. He has 2 hands, 2 feet, fingers. He's above a throne. He comes down every night. He even appears in human form. So you see, ladies and gentlemen, the Athari creed will fail to register as Tawheed. Now, Islamic philosophy is a broad tradition known inside Islam as hikmah, known in the West as Islamic Neoplatonism. And in the worldview of Islamic philosophy, Allah, who is absolutely simple and eternal, creates and sustains everything through the first intellect, the first creation. Now, this particular worldview is widespread in the history of Islam across Sunni and Shia traditions. Despite all their other differences, you have a big tent of Muslims who believe in this Neoplatonic worldview. These include Sunnis in the Ibn Sina tradition, Persian Sufis like Ghazali and Rumi, the Ibn Arabi tradition, South Asian Sunnis. There are even some Hanbali Sunnis that believe in this Neoplatonic worldview. So this is not an exclusively Ismaili thing, despite what my opponent says. The greatest Islamic metaphysicians held to a Neoplatonic worldview or hikmah worldview of reality. Meanwhile, the Athari creed that Jake is defending is actually the most anti-rational and the most anti-metaphysical creed in the very history of Islam. Now, my opponent has said, for example, that if you hold to this Neoplatonism that I've described, that you're not a Sunni. He said that. Now, this is patently false. It doesn't even pass the test of history. Let me give you guys one example of how widespread Islamic Neoplatonism is. We have a text called Hidayat al-Hikmah by Al-Abhari. This text teaches that Allah is absolutely simple. He has no parts or real attributes, and that Allah is the creator of the eternal first intellect and 10 other intellects. Now, this text, Hidayat al-Hikmah, was taught across the Islamic madrasa system in the Ottoman, Safavid, Qajar, Mughal empires for the past 700 years. And 200 Muslim scholars, Sunni and Shia, wrote commentaries on this text. So when Jake has said that if you have these Neoplatonic beliefs, you're a kafir and a mushrik, I want Jake to tell us whether he thinks that madrasas for 700 years were teaching kufr to Muslims, and whether 200 Muslim scholars have been writing commentaries on kufr and shirk for the past 700 years. Now, in this opening statement, I will offer 10 arguments to show that the Tawheed of Islamic philosophy, Ismailis included, is established by reason and revelation, while the Athari creed is surely not. My first 5 arguments will target the logical incoherence and anthropomorphism of the Athari Hanbali creed, and my next 5 arguments will show the truth of the position of Islamic philosophy, which entails the falsity of the Athari creed. Now, what are our criteria for true Tawheed? Firstly, the correct Tawheed must be proven rationally, and it must be logically coherent and metaphysically coherent. So it has to be demonstrated. It cannot just be asserted. Second, the true Tawheed must be consistent with the correct understanding of the Holy Quran and Sunnah. The correct understanding, which is not the same as a personal understanding from Jake or the Salaf or whoever it is. Because the Prophet, per Sunni and Shia sources, said that the Book of God, the correct understanding of the Quran, is only with his family, the Ahlul Bayt. Argument 1. The Hanbali Athari creed forbids philosophical and logical arguments. It's completely forbidden. We have a contemporary Hanbali authority, Sheikh Yusuf bin Sadiq, who has said that logical proofs is prohibited and kalam is prohibited in the Hanbali madhab, which the Athari creed comes from. Ahmad ibn Hanbal has said that kalam is rejected and forbidden. That means you cannot use reason to prove the existence of God, and you cannot use reason to attack anybody else. So Jake, by just coming to a debate, has violated the Athari creed, and if he really follows the Athari creed, he should withdraw from the debate right now. So if you are a true blue Athari, you should refrain from any sort of arguments that you're bringing in the debate, because by making any argument against anyone else's position, the Athari has refuted themselves, and you should just back out of the debate and withdraw immediately. Argument 2. Ahmad ibn Hanbal, the Imam of the Hanbali Athari creed, is a known anthropomorphist. We know this because we have the creeds of Ahmad from Hanbali sources. In this creed, he says that Allah has 2 feet, that Allah laughs, he has fingers, he comes down from the heaven, he puts his foot in the fire. All of these statements from Ahmad, including that God has a loin, come from Sunni hadith that the Atharis have to take in the apparent meaning. And Ahmad himself says, we take all the hadith according to the apparent meaning. Well, guess what? The apparent meaning of all of these hadith and creedal statements results in a Zeus-like God, which quite frankly is deeply disturbing. I don't know how anybody thinks this passes for Tawheed. And this is not just my opinion. The academic Dr. Wesley Williams has said that Ahmad ibn Hanbal was an anthropomorphist, and he believed that the divine does have human-like features that I've put on the slide. Now, let me give you an example of how crass this anthropomorphism is. You have a hadith that the Hanbalis were famous for narrating, and believing in hadith is part of the Athari creed. So this hadith, the Prophet allegedly says that he saw Allah in the form of a young man with curly hair. This is what the hadith says. And the Hanbalis believe in this hadith, and the Atharis have to affirm this hadith. Here are the receipts. Ahmad ibn Hanbal, according to multiple witnesses, validated this hadith as true. The Hanbali authorities like Qadi Abu Yala, Daraqutni said the hadith is true. Even Ibn Taymiyyah said this hadith is sahih. So Jake, if you follow the Athari creed, fine. I want you to admit that you believe that Allah has the form of a young man who is beardless and who has curly hair. Just admit it if you're really an Athari. Otherwise, you should denounce the Athari creed immediately. Now, just to be clear, this belief that Allah is a young man without a beard, this comes from Christianity. It does not come from the Quran and Sunnah, and this is what the research has shown. So the Athari view of Tawheed and some of these hadith that it's based on is not from the Quran and Sunnah. It's from other religions. Argument 3. Now, my opponent already has to affirm the apparent meaning of everything, all the bullet points that you see here, because this is what the Sunni hadith say. Okay, if he does not want to affirm the apparent meaning, he can be like the rest of Ahl Sunnah and do ta'wil. That is, affirm a metaphorical meaning, the non-Zahiri meaning. The problem with this is that the Athari books are very clear. Ibn Qudama says multiple times, we do not interpret anything with a ta'wil that opposes the apparent meaning. So metaphorical interpretation of God's eyes, God's face, God's beardless human form, God's foot, that is not an option for the Athari. So Jake must either affirm the apparent meaning of all these things, in which case his tawheed fails, or what Jake is going to do, I'm predicting, is he's going to do something called tafweed. He's going to reject the apparent meaning, and he's going to reject the ta'wil. And this is known as tafweed al-mahna. The problem with tafweed al-mahna is that it leads to a clear contradiction. When you do tafweed al-mahna, you deny the apparent meaning, and then you deny the opposite of the apparent meaning. And this is a clear logical contradiction, and it means that the tafweed position of the Atharis is completely incoherent. Now, if Jake finds a way to get past the logical problem of the Athari, which is what this is called, then he has another problem. So if you say that you do tafweed and you don't know the meaning of God coming down at night, you don't know the meaning of his two hands, what you're basically saying is that there is no meaning to these statements in the Quran and the Sunnah that are accessible to humans. And that turns parts of the Quran and Sunnah into gibberish, something that has no truth value. Okay. Now, the problem with this is, according to Arabic grammarians, a statement only counts as kalam or speech if it is mufid, if it is meaningful. Something that is not meaningful to people that is not kalam. So when the Athari does tafweed al-mahna, what they are doing is they are saying that the Quran and the Hadith are not kalam, which is a form of disbelief in the Quran as the kalam Allah. If something is not kalam, it cannot be kalam Allah. And this is why other Hanbali scholars like Hatim al-Hajj have come out against this tafweed al-mahna, which my opponent is probably going to do, because it would mean that the Prophet said all these things, and the Prophet himself doesn't even know what God's two hands are, and the Prophet doesn't know what God coming down at night means. Next argument. If the Athari comes and says either tafweed al-mahna, which is we don't know what it means, or if the Athari says we affirm it, but we don't know how, which is bila kayf, and only God knows how, well, this is an appeal to mystery. Okay, the Athari creed is an appeal to mystery. Now, this is fine if you want to appeal to mystery, but then Jake, if you are a true blue Athari and you do tafweed al-mahna or tafweed al-kayf, fine, you should stop debating with Christians, because the Christian Trinitarians, they do this tafweed al-mahna and tafweed al-kayf. Professor Wilmer says regarding the Trinity, we don't know why there could be or how there could be three persons in one God. And Stephen David says the Trinity is a mystery to us, but it's not a mystery to God. This is just a Christian form of tafweed. So if the Athari is going to do tafweed, fine, but then you need to cancel your debating career against the Christians, because they can do exactly the same thing. Now, my opponent has made mention about the Quran and what the Quran says. Well, let's see what the Quran actually says, okay? Let's begin with Surat Al-Ikhlas. Kul hu Allahu ahad, Allahu samad. What does this mean? Well, what does ahad mean? According to the widely held view in Sunni tafsir, as reported by Professor Lombard, the meaning of ahad and the meaning of ahadiyah is an absolute oneness that is unique and cannot be divided. That means Allah is absolutely simple, which is what the Islamic philosophers believe. The Atharis do not believe that Allah is absolutely simple. They believe that Allah has real distinct attributes that are different from one another and different from Allah's essence. And although Jake didn't say it in his slides, he said it on his YouTube videos multiple times. So the God that the Atharis believe in is not Ahad, because Ahad means absolute simplicity. It's the same thing with Samad. What does Samad mean? Well, according to the Sunni tafsir tradition from Tabari and others, Samad refers to that reality which is one, solid, unchangeable, and monolithic. A monolithic reality is an absolutely simple reality, but the Atharis don't believe that. The Islamic philosophers believe that God is absolutely simple, but the Atharis have this weird thing. They say Allah's essence is uncreated, but it's not the same as Allah's uncreated foot, which is not the same as Allah's uncreated power. So the Athari God doesn't even meet the definition of Ahad or Samad. Furthermore, the Quran actually clearly teaches that God is absolutely simple and that God has no multiplicity within himself. How do we know this? Well, the Quran says that God is the creator of everything, every shay. The Quran says that every shay has been created as a pair. So every created thing contains zawjiyah or duality. The Quran says God is nothing like his creation. Laysa ka mithlihi shay'un. So God is absolutely dissimilar to everything in creation. And if everything in creation has duality, it means God cannot have any duality. But when the Athari comes and says that God has real entitative sifat, that are distinct from his essence, the Athari has created duality within God, because a sifa and mausuf are not identical. They're codependent on one another. And this is the same teaching that Imam Ali, the first Imam and the fourth Caliph of Sunnis, teaches. He says you have to deny God attributes, that is, real distinct attributes. Now, the Quran actually nowhere teaches the Athari doctrine that God has real distinct attributes that are additional or distinct from his essence. What the Quran does talk about is the names of Allah, the descriptions, and the relations. But names, descriptions, and relations are not the same as ontological attributes. There is an Athari ta'wil going on here that they're not admitting to. So where does the doctrine of real distinct attributes comes from? Which again, Jake holds to this doctrine. It actually comes from the Christian doctrine of the Trinity. This is the finding of Harvard professor Henry Austin Wolfson. And in fact, we can go into detail on this. We can show you, according to many, many sources, we know that the Christian Arabs defined the Son of God and the Holy Spirit as two eternal divine attributes, such as life and knowledge, or knowledge and power. And the early proto-Atharis, like Ibn Kulab, learned this doctrine from the Christians, and they transformed the Christian Son of God and Holy Spirit into Allah's uncreated attribute of X and Y. So the Athari position on attributes doesn't come from the Quran and Sunnah, it comes from the Christian Trinity. Now, even if we apply reason to the Athari doctrine of attributes, of real distinct attributes, this entire doctrine is going to collapse. Firstly, the Atharis say the attributes are not identical to God and they're not other than God. This violates logic. It violates the law of the excluded middle. But even if you get past that logical problem, the question we ask is this. If God's essence and his attributes are all mutually distinct, which is what Jake believes and what the Atharis believe, we ask, is the essence and each attribute necessary in itself or dependent in itself? Now, here are the options. If you answer that the essence is dependent and the attributes are independent, you believe in multiple necessary beings, polytheism. If you say the attributes depend on the essence, so the attributes are dependent, the essence is independent, well, that is divine simplicity. There's only one necessary independent reality, which is God. So that's our position. If you say the essence and attributes are all independent necessary beings, that's more polytheism. And if you say they're all dependent contingent things, that's atheism. So the Athari position on Tawheed is going to collapse into one of these four. And therefore, this view of Tawheed, cannot stand this test of reason. Furthermore, when the Atharis say that God's attributes are distinct from one another and God's essence, what they are saying is that each divine attribute, in being different from others, is finite. Okay, something is finite if it is limited and it excludes things that are different from itself. So to say that God is infinite, but he's comprised of multiple finite attributes is a logical contradiction. You cannot have divine infinity composed of finite attributes. Furthermore, the Atharis affirm that God has two yads. Whatever yad means, he has two yads. Well, guess what? Two is a quantitative arbitrary limit. Why does he have two yads? Why can't he have 7 yads or 1,000 yads? So when the Atharis affirm in their creed that God has 2 hands or 2 yads, they're giving an arbitrary limit to God. And according to the Thought Adventure podcast that I've watched, anything with arbitrary limits is contingent, not necessary. So the Athari concept of Tawheed posits a contingent God. Now, what is our position on attributes? Here's the thing. If attributes refer to distinct finite realities, which is what the Atharis believe, then yes, of course, God is beyond attributes because God is one and infinite. So these finite distinct attributes like knowledge, power, life, and justice, these belong in creation. Okay, when the Quran refers to God as all-knowing or all-living or all-powerful, we can affirm that he is, but the meaning of that is that God is the creator of life, knowledge, and power, not that God is the bearer of life, knowledge, and power. And there's a consensus between the philosophers, the Sufis, and the Ismailis on this point. There's actually consensus on this. Now, we talked a little bit about creation. So in our view, God is the creator of everything. He is not limited by anything, but everything God does is in accordance with his own essence or his own nature. So because God is absolutely simple, he creates one direct creation. All the other creations are from him, but indirectly. And that one direct creation is called the first intellect. And the reason why is because if God has multiple aspects, then he would create multiple things. Because God is simple, he creates one thing directly. And this first creation must be eternal because God is eternal. God is not in time. I know Jake believes God is in time, but God is actually not in time. So God is always eternally creating the first intellect, and the first intellect depends upon God. So it is a creation, and it's an eternal creation. And in the Islamic tradition and in the Quran and the Sunnah, the first intellect is affirmed. The first intellect is called the will by which God creates all things in Shia Hadith. The first intellect is called the Amr, the kun fayakun mentioned in the Quran. In the Hadith literature, the first intellect is called the pen. It says the first thing God created was the pen, and then he told the pen to write everything in creation. That's literally an intermediary. Before anything is created in its physical reality, it is written by the pen. So God does create everything through the pen or the first intellect. And these hadiths are in the Sunni and the Shia corpus. Okay, so this is very clear then. I have launched today 10 arguments against the Athari Creed. And each of these arguments that I've given is fatal to the Athari Creed. So if Jake wants to stand a chance in this debate, I expect him to, number one, refute all 10 of my arguments. And number two, you have to give some rational demonstration for the Athari Creed, which we haven't seen. As for the things that Jake said, I will be rebutting all of his misstatements in my first rebuttal. Thank you.
Okay, let's cut that fucking idiot out of here.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
This motherfucker verbally masturbated for like an hour.
It was
Right.
boring.
All these
Yeah.
fucking assholes in the comments were like, let's just let the debate play. And they're all gone. Because I'm Jake came at you straight up. Look, this is our Quran. This is our fucking Sunnah. We take what we hear. All right, God has two hands. God has two feet. God has this. He's got that. He's all knowing. He's all powerful. You call them anthropomorphism. I don't give a flying fuck because this is being revealed to humans anyway.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So we're going to take it. We're not going to understand. This fool says, like, I'm right. He doesn't have a language we can understand. Khalil Andani over here and Mr. Androgyny thinks, oh, yeah. If right, you say that God has two hands, you have two feet. If you have any kind of, right, basically, it's in Arabic. That's a language spoken by humans. It's an anthropomorphism. And he told us that in his little bitch-ass fucking mental gymnastic way for fucking, how long was he speaking? For like an hour? Look, we're 122 in. Jake's opening was like 20 minutes. This motherfucker spent an hour with these 10 arguments, and all of them were fucking lengthy and verby.
Very, very long. The take a look at that. Some of these PowerPoint presentations, very just complicated. You know, real. What is this? What does any of this mean? What does any of this mean? God's essence equals the Father. What does that have to do with eternal power, life, and knowledge? Why have this complicated, overly complicated fucking diagram over here, and then all this jargon right here? You know, looking back at Jake's, real simple. You know what I'm saying? Real
Primarily,
simple.
it's giver of existence.
Real simple backgrounds. Real easy to read. You know, follow along with. He even reads it to you. You know, look at this shit. Look at that. Real fucking straight to the fucking point. Right to the fucking gut. This guy, he just wants to beat around the bush with his fancy, boring ass presentation. You know, I'm right there with you, Taylor. This is just ridiculous.
That was ridiculous. That was an epic waste of fucking brain cells.
Yeah, I was falling asleep. Jake, wide awake. Jakey Poo had me on the edge of my fucking seat. I had to move to the edge of my love chair. Dr. Androgynous here and Andani, you got me relaxing in my fucking chair. It's like I'm listening to fucking ASMR and I'm about to go to fucking sleep and shit. It's a good thing I'm wearing these glasses. Otherwise, everybody would have seen me like this, knocked out and ready to fucking go. Like, geez Louise.
So, Ray, all the people that were bitching about us letting the video play, right?
Yeah.
There's 2 hours to go. They all dipped. They couldn't handle Dr. Androgyny's nonsense. They all disappeared. All of them.
I looked at that.
Not a single one of you were still here.
Hey, we got Young Mo here. What's going on, Young Mo?
What's cracking, Young Mo?
Yo, what's up?
What are you doing? Well,
Hope you're doing well.
You're late to the party. Jake the Tory Creed versus the Shia. Remember the Shias on Clubhouse that were telling us that Ali is the Holy Spirit in the Bible?
Yeah. I'm well familiar of it. We had back and forth a
Yeah.
couple of times. Yeah.
Well, Jake debated one the other day, and
Yeah, my apologies. It's like 9:25 a.m. here, so I just woke up.
sound like you're in the bathroom taking a shit. Is it your morning shit, young Mo?
No.
it's 9:25 p.m. for us over here on the opposite end.
Did the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam take a shit at 9 a.m. and get as close to the ground as possible?
Bloop.
I don't know about the specific time.
All right. Well, yeah, we're watching the debate right now. And Jake laid it very clearly so all of us could understand. And Dr. Khalil came in with the motherfucking mental masturbation magicianry and tried to go, well, I have 10 arguments against Jacob. If you have authority, he could leave the debate now. He can accept the fact that he can't even participate in debate, that no kalam is allowed, that no this is allowed, that no that is allowed.
I'm just amazed I'm still awake right now.
Yeah, I was drinking and eating potato chips and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
I had no idea what this fucker was talking about. We had to really you have to really concentrate and try to get a point out of that Dr. Androgyny guy. Jake was very clear. This guy's shit don't make any sense. Like, according to his Quran, nobody knows what the fucking Quran and Sunnah are. It's all just a bunch of shit that, like, these certain people, these fucking imamis that they believe in, know what it is, and they just tell them, and even taking what they say, right? Because they're speaking in anthropomorphic, right, Arabic.
Right.
They're speaking a very, right? You have to think that what they're saying, there's a hidden meaning in it.
Exactly. Did he say something
Khalil
about
Dani, it's not like Hindani is arguing that Jake's position is more akin to Christianity, right, than his position. Well, in fact, Khalil Dani's his position is more akin to Christianity than you might be. You want to be the judge, because I think he would be the best to judge whether whose position is more akin to Christianity, Jake or Khalil Dani.
Yeah. Dr. Androgyny. Because Dr. Androgyny believes in this esoteric ass shit, like right?
The earth is everything. Yeah. Ooh.
Well, I would say it's akin to Christianity, but it's akin to the doctrine of theology that like the God of right. See, the authorities say there's no kalam allowed, and that was the point that Dr. Androgyny was trying to make.
Yes, but he was misquoting. That's the whole point. If you really look into those quotations, you will get to know what those quotations are telling is that they are condemning a form of ilmul kalam. Kalam meaning discursive reasoning, or like speculative theology, which was mostly used by a deviant group called the Mu'tazila and Jami, and these kind of groups that were obviously excommunicated for them being deviant. But like there are other forms of kalam that were used by the Athari Creed themselves, like Ibn Taymiyyah. You can see on my if you see the icon on my photo here, right? That's Ibn Taymiyyah for you. And this guy, he's a well-known Athari. He used Ilmul Kalam to refute other people using ilmul kalam. So you kind of so different forms of ilmul kalam, and yeah, he kind of misquotes ilmul kalam being something very something just monolithic when it's fact there are many types of ilm al-kalam.
So with Jake's point that the kalam is allowed to argue the existence of God, but it's
Yeah,
not
yes.
in theology and interpretation of the Quran and Sunnah.
Exactly, yes, you got it right. So that's the whole point. The ilm al-kalam used by the Athari creed is mostly for arguing against atheists, right? To make a case for God's existence. Well, you cannot use it in theology, yeah, definitely. That's all.
Right. So,
You can use it for natural theology. That's all.
and
That's
that's
all.
right. I'm done like fucking 8 beers deep and 2 shots, and I can understand that. But Dr. Khalil here, right, as sober as a judge with his PhD, he doesn't seem to get that. And that's like the whole fucking argument. That's was clear as day in Jake's opening statement. Is that we use kalam, all right, as an indicator. It's indicative, all right, through reason that there is a God, there is a creator. But when we deal with the revelation sent down, we don't use like kalam, right? We don't argue with the God sending us this revelation, because he's the only one that actually has the footing to tell us what it means.
Exactly. Right on point. Right on point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even my drunk ass can figure that out. But
Exactly.
right, we got a Shiite self-masochist. He doesn't understand that shit. And that's why he's throwing all these fucking red herrings at Jake. He's got 10 of them. Right?
Yeah.
10 of them. And Jake dealt with the first one.
Yeah, but he could not dealt with every other because there was short out of time and stuff. You'll see that there's also very much like poor moderation because like Abdul Rahman, he kind of leaves the debate for some time. I don't know why, but leaves the debate and then comes back pretty late.
I heard that he spends like 10 hours of his day doing his hair.
Abdul Rahman?
He spends a lot of time with his hair.
I don't know.
His
I
hair
can't
takes
really.
a long time to, like, he's got to make sure he's got the right amount of mousse in his hair.
So I can't talk about them without knowing anything about them. So
But you see, Ray Bay, you see what I mean? Like that type of shit. Dr. Androgyny took us on a fucking mental ride. All these 10 arguments, this, that, and he's failing like the basics, just like your main pseudo philosophers. He's failing the basics of what Jake's opening statement was. That like they use kalam, yeah, they have to use kalam. They live a daily life. They have to realize, hey, if I stop at the stop sign, right? If I don't agree with the stop sign and go through, I might get hit by oncoming traffic. So they have to use kalam in their daily life. They're not arguing against kalam entirely. They're just saying when their God sends down this revelation, they are in no position to argue with it because he's up there with the infinite knowledge and they're down here with the subliminal. Like, I live on earth. I have to take a magnifying glass and a microscope and figure out how shit, where the guy sending shit down already knows all that. So they don't take it like, well, I need to investigate what my God's telling me. Where the Shiites, on the other hand, they're thinking like, well, yeah, God did it. But they don't actually believe in their God. They think their God's up for scrutiny. I understand this all too well. This is what these Christian philosophers and shit are doing nowadays.
What did I miss? What's up, Mo?
Yeah. So.
Oh, you are in a well. Unfortunate.
Who's taking a shit? I can hear that.
The bloop.
Bloop,
bloop.
No, I'm not taking it though. I'm actually outside. Like, you might wanna check the view out. Like, I'm outside.
Oh man, that's a lot of daylight right there. It's like Sunday for you.
Yeah, Sunday morning, 9:34.
But that's the simplest way we can put it is that the Ismailis, they're using kalam, all right, with revelation, like the shit that's being sent down, like this X means Y. It's sent down, revelation from God. This means that, and the Ismailis are going, well, let's use kalamology to figure out what this actually means. So they're putting a human interpretation on what they believe came from God. Well, the authorities are saying, no, we can put kalamology in our daily lives as humans, but when it comes to what's been sent down as revelation, we cannot. Because it's
Yeah,
sent down in this way,
you
shape.
said that you have repeated that for like 3 times now.
Yeah,
That's more important.
that's the point, clearly. All right. No human assumptions on God's word.
Definitely.
Get my timer. Okay. All right. So that was a very interesting presentation from Khalil. He claims that he provided 10 arguments. So let's see what I could do in this 10 minutes to answer as much as I possibly can, even though his, apparent machine gun tactics show that he is classically put at an amateur.
Yeah, you
debater.
get him, Jake.
Now,
get him with that ad hominem.
He says that I have to takfir all these other scholars because everyone believes the exact same thing that Khalil does. No, and he also, I believe, mentioned Abdul Qadir al-Jilani. Let me read for you what he actually said. He said, we believe that Allah constricts, expands, rejoices, loves, dislikes, becomes pleased, becomes angry, and abhors. He has 2 hands, and both of his hands are right. The hearts of his servants are between 2 of his fingers, and he is in the direction of ulu. And he is established on the throne and is encompassing. The Prophet, alayhi salatu wasalam, approved the belief of the girl when he asked her, where is Allah? And she pointed to the heavens. The attribute of istiwa must be acknowledged without reinterpretation or ta'wil. It is the settling of his ipseity that above the throne, not in the form of sitting and touching as the corporealists and Karamites have said, not in the form of high status and greatness as the Ash'aris have said, and not in the form of seizing as the Mu'tazila have said. So I don't know where you're getting this idea, but this sounds like ethity creed to me, not this garbage that we just heard for the past 20 minutes. And most of the time he didn't even spend it actually explaining his position in detail. But what we're going to see quite clearly is the fact of the matter is everyone on this debate is going to be on my side, not yours. Why? Because you are actually takfiring everyone in your own text, saying that we are all guilty of kufr and shirk if we apply the title of all-knowing and all-powerful to God. You believe that it actually refers to the intellect, or in equivocal terms, that it must mean in the sense of God creating knowledge, and anyone else who believes otherwise, which you told me, and you just said in your opening statement, actually, which I find very amusing, that there's consensus on this point amongst the Sufis and the Ismailis and the philosophers. Wow, I wonder why, if that is the case, that Ash-Shahrastani, and you compared my composition or understanding of Tawheed, explanation of Tawheed to the Trinity, but in fact, that's what your very scholars did about Ibn Sina. Let's see from Ash-Shahrastani himself, who wrote a whole entire text refuting Ibn Sina. What did he say? I say you stipulated 3 considerations in the essence of the necessary existence and glossed over each consideration with a proper meaning, each of which is not to be understood from the other. That is patent Trinitarianism, and exalted be God above the third of 3. This is not in slander, but the absurd implication of multiplicity in his essence in respect of one consideration and another. So Ibn Sina is being accused by Ash-Shahrastani, who you affirm as an Ismaili scholar, as saying that he is guilty of affirming a Trinity. Now, it's interesting that you would say that they have the exact same position. Now, is this only Jake's understanding of the text? Well, we see that it's not just Jake's understanding of the text. Because we have an article from Frank Griffel himself, or I'm sorry, not Frank Griffel, from Madlung himself, where he says, Ibn Sina's doctrine that God is in essence under three aspects, intelligence, intellecting, and intelligible, is equally repudiated by Ash-Shahrastani as implying a trinity in God similar to the trinity affirmed by the Christians. So what Khalil wants to do is he wants to make it seem like my position is very restricted and only held by a limited few people, and that his view is very expansive and held by virtually everyone except my group. It's exactly the opposite, my friend. When it comes to Sunnis, when it comes to the fact that we have the Atharis and the Maturidis and the Ash'aris, they all agree unanimously on the fact that your belief is kufr. Why? Not only because of your divine simplicity, but because of your divine agnosticism. You can't even attribute existence or being to God. Okay.
Amen.
And you try to provide and say you have rational argumentations for the existence of God. You know, this is very amusing to me, Khalil, that you think that you have rational argumentation for God. Well, let's look further besides the text that I gave. What about taqlid? Who's the one that does taqlid in this situation? Is it me or Khalil? Well, let's listen to Nasr al-Khusram himself. The masters of the truth and the true monotheists are themselves gathered among such believers by convention, by taqlid. He who rejects taqlid never arrives at the discernment of deeper truth. It is by the way of taqlid that one arrives at God's oneness and a grasp of the truth. Taqlid is true, not false. And this is in reference to a refutation of the Mu'tazila, who believed, unlike Khalil, and even though he wants to present himself and his Ismaili creed as such as believers in rational argumentation, they don't believe in rational argumentation. In fact, Khalil himself has an article published by Oxford in which he comments on this very same passage. And he says he, Khusraw, also proudly declares that no one has been able to critique the Mu'tazilites apart from his group. The people of spiritual inspiration, Nasr begins his critique by first attacking the Mu'tazilite claim that belief in Tawheed should not be based on taqlid. So he's critiquing the idea that they say it shouldn't be based on taqlid. He does so by accusing the Mu'tazilites of confusing genuine taqlid, which he believes is of his imam, with familiarity and habit. Okay, so you believe in making taqlid as your only way to come and actually know God. You cannot know God through rational argumentation. On the other hand, my friend, I can actually show you that not only does Ibn Taymiyyah allow for rational argumentation, but the very same person who you quoted, which is Dr. Hatem al-Hajj or Sheikh Hatem al-Hajj, in this very text actually mentions this exact same point. So in this text, he says, and I quote, Ibn Taymiyyah did not attempt to belittle the office of reason or deny its importance in grounding our faith in the revelation. He argued that reason is not one undifferentiated category of conclusive rational input. Okay, and he goes on further in this text, right? So let me show you where he goes on further. He says, Ibn Taymiyyah then came at a time when the intellectual idiom of the scholarly community and even of the public space has been saturated with kalam. So he decided to engage with it, thus the notion of him being a mutakallim. However, he did not do that in the way contemporaneous speculative theologians did, but rather to defend the Athari creed, which found their strongest patronage amongst the Hanbalis. He even explicitly permitted rational theological argumentation at some level and showed that it has first been employed by the Quran. So very clearly, most of your arguments and critiques were straw man. Now let's get to this issue of anthropomorphism. I want to remind everyone, okay, you guys can listen to what he says about accusations of anthropomorphism. Do you know that Khalil himself, as I have already stated, believes that anyone who believes that God is knowing or has knowledge is an anthropomorphist and guilty of shirk? This is what he believes. So forget about me that I believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has a yed and he has this and he has that. If you even believe that God is perfect or a cause or any of these categories whatsoever that can be applied to God, you are guilty of shirk. For example, this is from Nasr al-Khusra himself in the same text that I mentioned, which Khalil has an article on, and I quote, if these theologians, speaking of the Mu'tazila, who believed in divine simplicity, listen to what he says about other people who believe in divine simplicity. If these theologians, the Mu'tazila, have established that God is knowing, God too calls certain of his servants knowing, as in the verse, only those of God's servants who have some knowledge fear him. Thus it is clear to call God, praise be to him, knowing is polytheism, shirk. And if these theologians assert that God is powerful, God too calls his own servants powerful, as in this verse, they went early determined on their purpose. This too is polytheism. And if these theologians say that God is living, God too calls his own servants living, as in the sense. And he goes on and on with this, and he says, this is a heresy which this group has invented in their ignorance. They have imposed these names on God. No, my friend, the Mu'tazila, even though we don't agree with them, they did not impose these names on God. So this is not a debate over divine simplicity versus divine simplicity. This is against Khalil Ismailism, against the entire rest of the Muslim community, where he says to even say that God is perfect or all-knowing, you are guilty of shirk. So we must reject this false doctrine that he's bringing forward.
Okay, thank you for that, Jake.
All right, let's pause it.
Dr. Khalil, are you there?
Feedback on Jake. What do you think about that, young Mo, and that statement?
Bro, that's definitely what I was stating earlier, that obviously Ibn Taymiyyah and the others from the Tariq have really not condemned Kalam completely. What they condemn is some portion or some part of Ilm Kalam, which is more speculative on theology. Speculative theology, rather like what natural theology, right? So Ibn Taymiyyah and the others from the Tariq, they kind of encourage natural theology as to arguing against atheists, using Kalam against atheists. That's not a big problem. But if you're using it for theology, as you self-stated earlier, then that's a problem. That's something Mutazilites and the other deviant groups used to partake in. So that's the whole point. Even Jake makes clear that Khalil Ndani's position is pretty crazy, right? Because he believes in divine Gnosticism, where like God has no real existence, in the sense that, like, in the genus of first intellect, God has no real existence. So like he doesn't believe that God's existence is some kind of a property that exists within him. So for him, that's crazy. Well, for me, it is very, because he cannot now point whether that God exists or not using any rational arguments. And second of all, as Jake rightly pointed out, that he has to do what's called taqlid, or taqlid means to blindly follow. To blindly follow without questioning, you should follow some particular individual, scholar, or whatever it may be. So he has to do taqlid, or blindly follow a scholar or individual, in order to establish that God exists. He cannot do and make rational arguments.
So they can't do kalamology. Like if I say like
Yeah.
my vape pen is contingent, this doesn't have to exist. Somebody had to build this. And I go, well, shit, if I live in a world where somebody has to build my vape pen, think about my respiratory system. Somebody had to build that. It's way more complicated than my vape pen. So that indicates a creator. So that's like my using Kalam to figure out, hey, I'm not alone in this shit. I got a God that created me. But then like when God shows up and says like, hey, don't eat pork, don't drink alcohol. And I go, well, you got a point there, but what I think you're trying to say is that what you're saying isn't actually what you're saying. And so it's used kalamology and what I've been revealed from a creator. So that's the point.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Yes, yes. Obviously, you won't question God's commandments. Yes.
So this guy's saying what the Ismailis are doing is they're using that they're using kalamology to interpret the Quran and not to interpret other things like reality. Like, why is there an orange growing from a tree?
They do fireworks on Father's Day?
No, this is young Muhammad. We had another Muhammad. I don't know where the fuck he's at. There's two Muhammad.
Yeah, we had an Abdullah up in here earlier.
That's me that way.
There's a lot of people named Muhammad.
Oh, you changed your name?
I changed the name, that's me.
Okay. I was like, what? The other guy left. We switched him out with Young Mo. What's going on? Shoot.
No, I just changed the name.
We give acronyms to all the Muhammads. We know that there's a lot of people named Muhammad.
Yeah.
Right, Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Right, that's the one. That's the Muhammad that they all get named after. Right.
Yes, the Prophet of Islam. Yes.
Yeah, Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is the original Muhammad. They're all named after him. So
Yes.
there's a lot of people named Muhammad.
Yes, yes, due to certain textual evidences that really follow that, like from that follows that if you get Muhammad with your, being your first name or something, like it follows from your name, right? My name is Abdullah, right? But if you put Muhammad with it beside it, it kind of legitimizes the name, like identity.
It's a common surname, like Peter and Paul. Like, I know a guy
Exactly.
named Paul Walker, but he's not the Apostle Paul.
Yeah. He's the actor Paul Walker, right?
Yeah.
From Fast and Furious. Yeah, I know.
I wouldn't put it past, like, if you talk to the guy, he probably has no fucking clue who the Apostle Paul is.
Exactly. I don't know. I can't really tell because I know that he was a devout Christian. I don't know whether he might know it. I don't know.
Probably doesn't know a fucking thing about the Apostle Paul. But
Who?
Paul Walker.
The actor?
Yeah.
Of course not. Yeah.
Probably know anything about Paul. There's a lot
It's
of people named Paul don't know who the fuck the real Paul is. But anyway,
Let's get along with it because
so Jake cemented the same point he had in the opening.
Yes. Because it's more, it's addressing Khalil's points. Because Khalil made some arguments and he's addressing each and every bit of it. So
we spent 20 minutes on this argument about anthropomorphism and kalamology, but I laid it out clear in the opening. All right, we use kalamology as far as, right, us, we're talking to other people, we're doing our daily life, but we do not use kalamology when it comes to the Quran and Sunnah. All right, you do, and that's the whole contention between Atari and Neopalatinism. All right, the Neoplatonists, they do use kalamology to interpret the Word of God, and that's all too familiar here in Christianity. With where you got the Joel Osteen, you got these Jesse Palms, right? You got these people that are
Oh my God.
in a homosexual accent trying to explain what the Bible means to us.
Oh man.
And that's
you leave those feminine voiced men alone. Well, maybe the charlatan Joel Osteen deserves your ire, but the rest of the feminine voiced preachers out there, you leave those guys alone.
And these effeminate voices, they're telling us what the Bible means through Neopalatin philosophy, right? They don't know what the Bible says, but they know what it means. They use a bunch of fucking Western philosophy to tell us what it means and all that. They haven't read it all the way through. They don't completely understand it, but they're using their intellects and shit to kind of paste together. Well, this is a code because this is John 3:16, and 3:16 is the 16th of March. On the 16th of March is midway through the month, and midway through the month, all right, you get your check. You don't have to pay your rent yet, so it's a good day. So they come to these logical equations and shit. This shit based on a man's intellect and not the word of God. And that's what we've kind of clearly established. And that's what that's the point. Jake's been driving home. So, young Mo, what do you think about Jake's recent conversion to Islam and Atari?
Wait, what? Jake's recent conversion. Yes. To what?
To Atari.
To Atari.
Yeah, now that he's an Atari Muslim and not a metaphysical Muslim.
Oh, you mean like he has his attire on? In that
Yeah.
sense?
Yeah, now he's an Atari.
Oh.
That is
don't know
regular,
what.
degular.
Because before he was a Maliki. Now he's an Atari.
Yo, yes. Can you, Brother Taylor, can you put that comment on by Assembly of God where he states that did Muhammad
Illegal
copy the
schools in
Quran?
Islam. We have so
Which one?
I know. The one where he states that did Muhammad copy the Quran? Yes, this one. Okay, do you want to explain me what Jacobian Jews are? I don't know who there are. And
Yes, Atari 2600. So Jake has converted to the Atari creed. Before he was a metaphysical Maliki. Remember, he thought the prophet, right, the Aisha thing.
oh, yeah, I gotcha. So you're talking about Atri. Oh, Atri. That's Atri, not Atari. It's Atri.
My
Atri.
bad. I grew up
Just
with English,
say
my first
At.
language.
Just say Atri. Atri. Atri.
I grew up with American English. That's my first language.
Yeah, I think it won't be hard even with American English. It would be Atari.
So
I
I'm
don't
not
think it's.
English, right? I'm not. All right, I'm an American, but I'm not an English speaker. Right, my family's not from English speaking countries. So like, America, I speak American English. So we say Atari.
No, try say with Athari. Atari.
Like Atari, like
Atari, yeah.
Atari with the joystick, right? Back in the 80s, we were playing the Galaga, right? Space
Wait,
Invaders.
what? Say that again?
Back in the 80s, when we were playing the Ataris with fucking Pac-Man and
What was the name of that game?
Galaga.
No, man, that's not how that's pronounced. It's pronounced Galaga. What's wrong with you?
Galaga. See, yeah, so English is a complicated language, Mo. We speak it different. It's different wherever it's spoken. Like in the fucking New Zealand and shit, they'd be saying like "shep," right? That's not how you pronounce that vowel. Oh shit, young Mo left.
You made this man run away. You couldn't even pronounce Atari right. Atari. How do you pronounce it? Atari? Atari.
Atari.
Galaga. Galaga.
Yeah,
It's Galaga, you motherfucker. You dumb
Galaga.
motherfucker, you. Galaga.
It's Galaga.
No. Say it with me. Galaga. Yeah. No, you no, it's not a Galaga. You're not, you know, Galaga. What is Galaga?
Well, we pissed him off because he's fucking from Pakistan. That the British be teaching him how to speak all kinds of fucking Death Star English and shit.
Oh my god, man! All right, let's get this damn debate on with, you know, because it is 2.5 hours.
Young
We're
Mo
already at the hour.
Young Mo went screaming back to his English book like, everything they've taught me is a lie.
Atari. You know, that's too much.
Oh,
The way we gonna go with Atari. Nah, you gotta say Galaga, right? There's no way you're gonna keep
Galaga.
mispronouncing that.
Galaga.
Unbelievable. You know what? I will not go for it until you say fucking Atari. Say if you don't say Galaga correctly, I am fucking done. That's just crazy, Galaga. You motherfucker. All right, let's continue this John on shit. See what do they even argue in this debate?
Says that. What Kermani says is that you have to negate all the attributes of creation from God. That is what you have to do. This is not a uniquely Ismaili thing. Ibn Sina actually does the same thing. Okay, Ibn Sina says that every positive statement about God refers either to a negation or a relation, idafa. And a relation simply means that something in creation has been created by God. So
are you sharing slides, Khalil? I'm sorry to interrupt you because we're not seeing slides. Apologies for the interruption.
Yeah. Are you guys not putting my slides up or what?
Are you guys not putting my slides up?
Not putting my slides
You guys haven't put my slides up.
Oh my god.
In your opening where your slide.
Pause the timer.
I'm gonna pause the timer. Yeah.
You haven't.
Yeah, man. What was the fuck?
In your opening, your slides were up. So are these like a different set of slides?
No.
Okay, is this it here?
There. Yeah.
Why
So
aren't
did
you
you? So
putting
you
my
do you want to? Do you want to? I don't know. Do you want to start over?
Yeah, I would appreciate that because
Okay.
I thought there was.
Okay.
Oh god.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
of course you appreciate starting over.
Dr. Javad, if you don't mind, you can restart the timer because I don't really have access to that right now.
Wake Abdul up.
Okay, that sounds
Okay,
good.
go ahead.
I'll restart the timer.
Go ahead.
Okay, ready?
Say that again.
He had to wake Abdul up from his fucking nap and all that. Right?
He was like,
you were supposed to key in and put my slides up subliminally.
no fucks given.
Yeah.
Good job, Abdul. No fucks given. Cause like seriously, this guy doesn't need his little complicated extracurricular fucking long ass slides up and shit. All that fucking reading and whatnot. Be
This
like
motherfucker
fucking
don't speak English.
yeah.
He
You
speaks
got
androgyny. How could you not know that he needs subtitles?
Dr. Andani, you need to be more like Brancatella and fucking and keep your slides simple. So normal laymen like myself and Jake and Taylor and I don't know about these other two guys. I don't know how and Abdul can fucking understand whatever it is you're talking about and trying to defend.
Begin.
Okay, so as I said, this debate is about Tawheed. It's about positions on Tawheed, the Athari position versus Islamic philosophy. Even if Jake wants to substitute Islamic philosophy for the Ismaili form of it, fine. But we are debating positions. We are not debating whether I personally hold to X or Y. Okay, if you see any modern debate competitions, many people have to defend positions that they don't exactly hold to. So that's what the debate is about. My opponent's comments about what my personal beliefs are really irrelevant to this debate. Next thing, I gave 10 arguments. 5 are positive arguments for my position, and 10 in total are arguments against the Athari position. Jake has not given any arguments for the Athari position, so there's no reason to be an Athari so far. And furthermore, Jake has not dealt with my 10 arguments. He's tried to deal with argument 1 about logic, but I'm going to come back to him on that in my second rebuttal. The point is, you can't just now suddenly appeal to Ibn Taymiyyah, okay?
How did he pronounce it, Athari? Oh, this nigga stepped the fuck away? He really stepped the fuck... See, this is... Yeah, that's why I'm going to let this John play right on out. This nigga just walked off. Anthony, you gotta stop using that word. Galaga. Yo, he's really like, what the Galaga. All right, here, let me continue this, John. I'll come back to it.
When we exchanged texts before this debate, I asked Jake, which Atharis do you follow? He told me
Athari.
Ibn Qudama and Ibn Hamdan, who's summarized in Balbani. I'll show the Facebook messages. I asked Jake whether he takes from Ibn Taymiyyah for this debate. He said no. Okay, now Jake is appealing to Ibn Taymiyyah because I've caught him flat-footed. Now, I found 4 arguments from
wrong.
Jake,
You call
so I'm
him
going to go through
full-footed.
them, not in this order. So the first thing Jake said is that Ismailis are not allowed to offer an argument for God, and he relied on a 1977 article from Wilfred Madelon. That article is wrong. I have read the primary sources myself. Kirmani proves God's reality. Khusro proves God's reality. Tusi, in the same book that Jake quoted, Tusi gives Ibn Sina's contingency argument to prove the reality of God. So we Ismailis, we are allowed to do this, okay? And we do use a contingency argument, and we logically follow that contingency argument with the absolute negation of all creaturely contingent attributes from God, okay? That is what our double negation is based on. And according to John Martin, who's a scholar of the Neoplatonic tradition, this type of hyper negation that you do for God, it is logically meaningful. It is not confused and it is not contradictory. This is the academic opinion about Ismaili and Neoplatonic thought generally. It is not logically contradictory. Now, another thing Jake said is that Ismailism...
I'm sorry to interrupt again. Abdurrahman, I'm being told that the stream is not working properly. And I've paused.
Sorry, what do you mean by stream? Are you talking about the comments?
No, the stream itself is what I'm being told. Okay,
what is this?
Back now. I guess it's cutting back and forth.
All right, shall I continue?
So, yeah, I think you should continue.
I'm not going to start over. I just paused my own timer. So
yeah, I paused the timer too. Okay, so yeah, so they're saying that the YouTube went down for 90 seconds. But okay.
For 90 seconds.
Yes, that's what I'm being told.
Okay, then we're gonna need.
See, here's my thing. Okay, it sounds like a bunch of bullshit because I just listened to this man prattle on for the last 90 seconds, and this wouldn't be on fucking YouTube if the stream went down for 90 fucking seconds. All right, so that's a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of lies and deceit going on. I'm not liking that. All right, homies. Dr. Androgyny is holding his own, and he's putting forth his fucking argument unabated by any fucking any hiccups. Of course, I don't know how a stream works. I don't know which you want people to see this in fucking live, in full effect, the entire thing. Shit's not going to happen. But the stream does go the fuck on up in its entirety after the fact without all the extra hiccups and shit. So people are going to see it anyway. They're not going to miss its goddamn points for you to sit here and stall and make this fucking debate longer than it really needs to be. Oh, hey, welcome back, Taylor. It's pronounced Athari. And if you, okay? Athari.
Every time Dr. Androgyny speaks, like we lose, our viewers disappear.
Yeah. Real rap, man. Like, shoot.
It's on the one viewer.
We only have one viewer? That's good. One viewer is better than being canceled. You know?
Yeah, you're right. We have
to confirm that because if it's
Dr. Androgyny has consistently wiped our viewership every time we platformed him. Every time we put him up there to give his little point, they all disappear because they don't have any idea what he's fucking talking about.
It's like the Matthew Knob of Clubhouse doctors. You know.
This motherfucker is the Matthew Knob of academia.
Yeah.
It's 90 seconds, then that's a significant part of the. I mean, it's live for me. I'm looking at the StreamYard. So can we confirm from the comments or something that it went off for 90 seconds? Or because maybe it was, if it's from one person, maybe it's the person's connection. Okay, 1 second.
They can watch it later, Abdul. They can watch it later. All right. These guys are nitpicking because they know they're fighting a losing uphill battle.
I'm looking into that. So
I looked fine from my end, so I don't know what the issue
But
is.
on StreamYard, I mean, could it be like fine on StreamYard and then like out on YouTube? Or?
I have no idea. I mean,
It's on YouTube that people are saying that.
Yes. I received a few messages as well. Yeah. So if you don't mind, Dr. Khalil, sorry. If you could, so that's 90 seconds. So about 2 minutes. If
yeah, but is it? We have to confirm. Is it working right now?
right
Oh,
now,
hell no,
it's
they
working.
I
Sorry,
think
1
it's
second.
working.
This shit's been
I
working.
think it is
It
working.
wasn't 90. Somebody's telling me it wasn't 90 seconds. It was 20 or 30 seconds for them. So I don't know, because I mean, we've got, so do we have the recording on StreamYard, as long as it's been good for us, because we've been hearing everything.
I can just start again. I don't know what else to do. Like
I don't think you should start all over.
okay,
but
I'm just gonna
maybe
continue. I'm just gonna continue if that's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, please
All
do.
right.
Just continue.
Okay.
Okay, so as I said, I made 10 arguments. We have not got to respond to these 10 arguments yet from Jake, but I'm gonna rebut every single thing he said about me. So the first rebuttal is Ismaili primary sources do prove God. They do. If Madelung said that they don't, then Madelung is wrong, and this is why you should not be quoting 1977 articles. You should go to the primary sources in Persian and Arabic, read them yourself, and you will clearly find in Karmani's Rahat al-Aql, you will clearly find it in Zad al-Musafir. You'll find it in the same Tusi text that you already quoted somehow against me. Okay, Jake, you also said that falsafa and Ismaili thought are just incompatible. They cannot be brought together, and that I have to apostate from Ismailism if I hold any position in falsafa. And you gave some examples, which I appreciate. So firstly, it is a historical fact that Nasir then Tusi, as a committed Nizari Ismaili Muslim, was also a failsuf. He also followed Ibn Sina. And Toby Meyer writes in an article that Tusi was responsible for the expert coordination of Nizari and Avicennan thought, which was done under the imamate of the Imam Ala ad-Din Muhammad and Alamut. And Tusi says there's an underlying harmony of the system. So I've given a counter example, so this argument doesn't stand anymore overall that falsafa Ismailism are incompatible, because they were compatible for Nasir and Tusi. Furthermore, I have a quote on my slide from Ibn Sina. What Ibn Sina says here is exactly what the Ismailis say. He first says that God can only be described by negating all similarities from him. We believe this. God has nothing in common with creation. Ismailis believe this. Then Ibn Sina says God's essence is not the same as existence, okay? And that God's essence should be regarded as above existence, okay? Fawq al-wujud. So Ibn Sina's position that God is above existence is actually the same as the Ismaili position. Now, regarding the word necessary being, the term necessary being is an ambiguous term, okay? We can talk about logical necessity, ontological necessity. Aristotle has 5 definitions of necessity. So when Nasser Khosrow uses the term necessary existent, which he does, you have to read the whole passage of what he means by necessary existent. Khosrow uses necessary existent to mean a being that is eternal and imperishable. Okay, when he says necessary existent, he doesn't say necessary existent through itself. The terms bidatihi are not present in Nasser Khosrow's text. So he's using the term necessary being the way Thomas Aquinas uses the term, because these terms have different meanings within different systems. Now, you said that I believe that creation is necessary, and the Ismailis believe it is a free will act of God. Firstly, this is not accurate. Number one, Nasir then Tusi, in his Ismaili text, which I know you've read, so you clearly omitted this fact. Nasir then Tusi says, as an Ismaili, to Ismailis, that creation became necessary, and that creation is the first intellect. So you can be an Ismaili, and you can believe that creation is logically necessary. Furthermore, despite what Madelung and whoever says, there is no Ismaili text that says God has libertarian free will in the sense that God could have done otherwise. In fact, Sijistani, in a text that you haven't read because you can't read Arabic texts, says very clearly that the will of God is absolutely undivided. And furthermore, Sijistani says that God's will does not choose among opposing alternatives. And if you relate God's will to choosing among alternatives, you've lied against God. Rather, God's will is pure goodness with the manifestation of wisdom. It says he does not decide among opposing alternatives. God's will is united with what he wills. So for Sijistani, God's will only has one position. That's what he says in the last line here, a perfect will with a single position. So the Ismailis do not believe in libertarian free will, and they do believe that although God wills creation, God could not have willed otherwise. So there is an agreement on this point. Now, you said that according to the Ismailis, the statement, the essence and the attributes are identical, is shirk or something. Firstly, Khusro is talking about minor shirk, not major shirk. And it's shirk, it's not shirk. Secondly, the hukama, the philosophers say that the meaning of the essence and the attributes being identical, it's not the same as what the Mu'tazila mean. The Mu'tazila meant something different, but the philosophers here, I'm quoting a Sunni philosopher, Abhari and Maybudi say that the meaning of this is that the necessary existent alone, okay, produces effects that other things require an attribute to produce. And he says at the end here, this is based on the denial of the attributes along with the affirmation of their effects. So this is exactly what the Ismaili position is. Now, the only thing close to an argument that Jake gave for the Athari Creed was by saying, oh, the Quran has many names for God, and therefore God must have multiple attributes. Here's the problem. Your method that every description, ism, wasf, izafa of God is a real distinct attribute within God, this does not follow from the Quran. Okay, this is a hermeneutical assumption that you have not justified. Not even mainstream Sunnis follow this. This is like the Jakey method of reading the Quran. Even like Asharis, Maturidis don't believe in this. If you do apply the Jakey method, if every description in the Quran refers to a real attribute in God, I expect you to tell us that you believe that blowing is an attribute of God. You should tell us that spirit is an attribute of God. Anger, loin, human form, all of these should be real, distinct, eternal attributes of God. And if you deny that blowing is an attribute of God, then your entire line of argument, frankly, goes out the window. Now, regarding attributes, when you said, oh, you can't say God is all-knowing and so on. Well, here's the problem, okay? And I already talked about the first part of the slide. The Quran has these predications. Allah is called Alim, right? Allahu Alimun. That we can affirm. But Allahu Alimun does not necessarily mean Allahu Lahu Ilmun, that God has entitative knowledge. So we don't affirm the second part. We interpret Allahu Alimun or Allahu Qadirun and like statements. We interpret as follows. A, we affirm that this is God's reality. B, God is not ignorant of anything. And C, God is the originator of all knowledge, and knowledge is his creation or effect. This is not a violation of logic. There's a type of literary speech in Arabic known as metonymic speech. Okay, in metonymic speech, you can describe the giver or the agent. You can describe an agent by means of something that the agent creates, and you can attribute what the agent creates to himself. Okay, it's like when you have a king who orders an army to conquer a city, we would say the king conquered the city, but the king didn't personally conquer the city. The army under his command did it. This is how we interpret the attributes, statements about God, that the intellect and the soul execute God's command, but what the intellect and the soul affect can still be attributed to God verbally, because the intellect and the soul act by God's command. And the Quran is full of these examples. The Quran says God takes souls at death, but it's the angel of death who takes souls at death. The Quran says God is the guide, but Muhammad is a guide. The Quran says God sent down the Quran, but it's actually Gabriel who brought down the Quran. So this is called metonymic speech, and this is how we can interpret everything in the Quran, from which your belief does not follow.
Khalil, it's time now. Is that good? You got your last comment? Okay, great.
Thank God. Thank goodness. We have a new guest. It's like a special guest episode today. You're on mute.
What's up? It's just me with another name.
Young Mo, man. Oh my God. Taylor, you're on mute also. Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
Yeah, Young Mo went to his record and fact-checked our.
Yeah, I was going to get my breakfast. I was starving to death.
Break fast. This fucker went to go fact-check our English.
Yeah. I was starving to death. I needed food. I needed breakfast, so I just went to the grocery store.
Break
So I had a-
fast.
Yeah, for a
Break
breakfast.
fast.
Break fast.
This
What is this break fast?
Fact checked our fucking. He read our English skills through a fact checker.
Comes back talking about break fast. Break.
Break
Nobody.
the fast.
We pronounce it breakfast. Breakfast. This is how it's pronounced. Say it with me. Breakfast.
Breakfast.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, break fast.
That's
I
what happens
don't
when
know
you
what
learn
the hell
English
that
from the
is.
Galactic Empire. But
I just
anyway,
got my breakfast out of the way, so
this fucking this Khalil Androgyny, like every time we put him on, like his shit, we consistently lose viewers.
Mm-hmm.
That's how many brain cells this motherfucker gobbles up like Pac-Man dots.
I'm sure, like, as soon as he enters a room on Clubhouse, it'll have like 500 members. Next thing you know, boom, they're down to 5. I mean, not members, but listeners.
We had 5 people watching, and then we put Khalil on. It dwindles down to like us.
Right. We had one guy complaining, talking about just get on with the video, and then look what happens. You know,
Yeah,
what
he
happens when we get on with the
disappeared.
video?
Fuck this.
See, so myself, we're talking about the guy, and when young Mo gets the fuck up on out of here, shit.
Young Mo too. Even
tell
our
ya.
young Mo disappears. Just talking about what's going on is boring to young Mo.
He's got to eat his breakfast, man. You know, it's going to be lunch for him in any moment.
Break fast.
I never heard anyone pronounce it like that. I've heard him pronounce it that way before. I just never heard anyone in life like go, yeah, I want to go get some breakfast. You want to come with me? I'd have stopped them right then and there.
Wait, in Pakistan, they're learning English from the Galactic Empire. The Death Star. The people on the Death Star, like they talk like that.
Strolling down the street, and the Imperial March is just playing.
Nah, but in Jamaica they speak English, and like we have to watch them in subtitles because like the Galactic Empire is the one teaching English. Watch a Jamaican movie, I gotta put the subtitles on.
What are those? You're on mute.
Yeah, those are my thingies that I use to cut plants.
Is that for infidels?
None.
Use them on infidels.
No, these aren't for infidels. I put my infidel ones in the back. I don't usually bring the infidel ones out.
Are those like scissors?
Those are
Why do you have them around your neck? Oh no, he's gonna try to kill himself right on live and shit. And we're
It is like decor.
So much to live.
It's not really saving. It's like made out of wood stuff. It's not really.
I know that.
I
know that Dr. Androgyny just wants you to end it, but like, there's more. Like, we'll eventually be over, right? We'll have a new video next week.
Yeah, good one.
After watching Khalil Dani, this is my reaction to Khalil Dani. Bye bye cruel world. Bye bye cruel world.
No, it's not. Bye bye cruel world. It'll be over. He's already done. Don't worry, man.
It's goodbye, cruel world. Nobody kills himself and goes, bye-bye. Bye-bye, cruel world. No, it's goodbye, cruel world. See? You were
Yeah,
right. You were right about. They're not
we
teaching
make,
you right.
we make up our new,
Man,
you know, catchphrase. I make up my new catchphrase. No, I have my own catchphrase. Bye bye.
Okay.
Cool world, go bye bye. Cool world, go bye bye. That's my new catchphrase. Cool world, go bye bye.
I'm dead. Oh my god, young Bo, you crazy, man. You
I'll be like,
crazy. It's hilarious.
yo, cruel world, go bye bye.
that's what Dr. Androgyny has done.
I'm
Yeah,
dead.
Like I said,
that's the takes. Yeah, definitely. You don't wanna watch this again. If I were to watch this again, I would probably have this on again. You'll
Yeah,
have to.
would you would you consider converting to Shia and cutting yourself?
Never in my
But do you think that's why
day
the
one.
Shia is because they have people like Dr. Androgyny and mentally masturbating religion to them?
Whoa.
if you
Is that why the Shia are all depressed and self-masochist?
Oh, speaking of messed up.
you got pet birds, you got pet birds. That's cool as shit. He's got pet birds.
Bye-bye, cruel world.
Yeah, there are a lot of pet birds around my house. Like there are a whole bunch of pet birds around my house.
What
So,
you got? What you got? Like parakeets and shit.
yeah, we got a couple of parrots, we got a couple of eagles, we got golden eagles. We got eagles a
What?
lot. We
See,
got
that's all.
vulture.
Wait, what? A
Yeah, we
vulture
got vulture. Wow.
as a pet?
Not as a pet though. It's
Oh,
used to clean up the mess, if you know what I mean.
yeah, I know what you mean. Oh my goodness, yeah. Somebody has a bad breakfast and whatnot, and they just go bye bye cruel world and shit. Yeah, them vultures come out real quick.
This will have
Shoot.
the Swahili battle attire.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna make some good ass omelet. You know, an omelet.
Yeah.
I
You
just
said
got
omelet, right? You said that correctly. Wonderful. Good.
I
Good.
just bought some eggs from the grocery store. I just got some eggs and some bread. Gonna make myself a good, nice ass omelet.
An omelet.
Cheese omelet, probably. Oh my god, it's cheese.
Dude,
Some olives and stuff, you know.
are you one of us Americans? Are you chance?
Yeah, it's actually Daisy. Daisy is like this is like a
They're a little.
traditional omelet, something traditional. Because, you know, like, I don't know if you know that, but the English, they imparted some things in us, right? Especially the omelet stuff. The English,
Yeah.
they came over to our land, they
Yeah.
colonized our country. Yeah, so the English, they
They
have
taught you how to
imparted
make
some,
omelets.
yeah, well, we make some good omelet. You wanna come join us sometime?
I think you're fucking with us.
Oh man. You didn't hear how he pronounced breakfast? You know, he's all like breakfast and shit. You know, yeah. You know, I'm pretty sure them omelets is on point. Them Jones is probably. I
Eating a
come
West
right over there to Pakistan and fuck up some roti and some omelets and shit, man. I'll be on point with that.
to make an
Shoot.
omelet.
Bro, you're gonna miss out those masala that we got with these omelets. Like these masala, they are the real
Yeah.
deal, man.
Oh hell
They
yeah.
they'll get you every time. And
Hell
you
I'll
see
make an
yeah.
that,
omelet at IHOP, bro.
like, especially with the cheese and whole stuff. Like we have our own traditional cheese that we make. That's homegrown cheese that we make ourselves at home. It's like homemade cheese, and
Wait,
with
so
us home.
now how does that go down? How do you make like homemade cheese and shit?
Yeah, it's like we ferment milk and stuff. Yeah, there's a whole process, fermentation stuff. Yeah,
Oh, y'all just out there letting milk just go
yeah,
sour
sour
and
milk.
shit. That's gross.
Yeah, I don't know. My grandma, like my grandparents, they're good at this stuff a lot. So they imparted that knowledge of making cheese to, next generations and stuff. So
Yeah, that makes sense. You gotta pass these things on down, shoot.
it goes down the line. So I got the genes. Got them genes.
Let me see your
Speaking
arm.
of genes, speaking of genes, I did something with my genes. Can you see? I made a shot out of my jeans.
Oh, this guy's a fucking rebel.
He cut his jeans. He made some.
I made a shots out of my jeans.
What are they called
Like,
again? Shots?
yeah,
Good
shorts.
Lord.
Yeah, shorts.
Shorts.
Shorts. Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta say it shorts. It's,
Yeah.
you're not Bostonian. See, that's how Boston. I scared him off with my English lesson. Oh no,
Right.
you can't. Don't say it like one of the Bostonians. See, people from Boston say it like that. Shots. Got my shots. You gotta say
Yeah,
shorts.
nah, man. Like
Like a
those
regular.
motherfuckers, dude, they pack
You
the
can see that.
cat. They'll pack the cat and go for a whack. You know that fucking idiot Biff Saunders?
Yeah.
Can you see the
Yeah.
shorts?
I'm gonna go
You see
pack
them?
the cat. Give me a minute. I gotta pack the cat.
Can you see them?
Are they pleated?
Yeah, they're pleated.
Holy shit.
These motherfuckers coming through Pakistan teaching.
Yeah, it's pronounced shorts,
shit.
not shorts. Shorts. You gotta shorts.
Yeah.
Shorts.
Yeah, you gotta throw that R up in there, like real strong, like the
Don't
R is
listen. If
strong
those
in the word
motherfuckers sound like
shorts.
if they sound like they're from Star Wars and shit like that, don't listen to them. That's not how real people. A bunch of fucking idiots speak English. That's not like how real people.
Shorts.
You got
Shorts on.
They sound like those motherfuckers are on the Death Star and Star Wars. They're not. That's not how. That's not real English. That's the British. Nobody takes them seriously.
British.
British. Yeah, we studied British English most of our life.
Like
like the English people.
That's like American.
The Americans, we don't have any.
The reason America is because the reason America exists is because the people that knew how to speak English left the little island.
Yeah, our ancestors left the dummies behind.
Yeah, they left them behind because they're a bunch of fucking mongoloids.
Yeah. It's a shame when they came to colonize y'all didn't get the best of the best and the best English speakers.
Hi, thanks, but no thanks. You all can stay there.
We got the old English, right? I think that's called the old English.
Yeah. It's the people that knew how to speak English didn't want to stay there. They came to America because there's more money here. There's like everything here. Like, hey, more land, more money. Fuck those mongoloids back home on that little island.
Worshipping the crown and shit. Fuck that.
More land, more money. Fuck them.
Shoot. We're about the future. We're about progression. We're not worshiping no motherfucking crown out here. We are about here. We are by the people, for the people.
No kings, no queens.
And when these motherfucking cocksuckers in Washington, if they keep McFucking up, or they McFuck up too hard, we gonna let them know, hey, you guys need to stop McFucking up, and we vote their asses right on out. Yeah.
These motherfuckers don't even know how to drive on the right side of the street.
Yeah. Right. They ride on the left side of the road.
These fuckers going to make a left turn and shit, take them like 45 minutes because they're on the wrong side of the street.
You see how they build their cars? Do you see like the driver's side is on the other side of the car? Like what? Why are you over there? You're supposed to. No.
A British man goes trying to make a left turn, right? And he's over on the right side of the road trying to make a left turn and shit over 2 lanes of traffic.
Mo's like, leave my culture alone. leave our British English culture alone.
Yeah, Rebe, the pronunciation expert. Do you want to help me pronounce this Converse? How do you pronounce Converse?
Converse? Yeah, Converse. Converse. Not
Please
convoice. Yeah, I know what you mean. Converse,
right?
Converse.
Converse, yeah. Converse.
No, Converse.
Yeah, conversation.
Boy, if you pronounce it Converse.
Converse. No, you don't. Okay, you don't. Okay, I thought you were to say that. That's how you pronounce it. Okay.
That's not how it's pronounced. No, it's Converse. Just straight up Converse.
Yeah, just say the Chuck. The Chuck.
Yeah, well, we call them Chucks. Yeah.
Chucks. Oh.
Yeah, we call them. Yeah.
I'm gonna stick with. I'm gonna stick with Chucks. That's
yeah.
Chuck.
You know, the real niggas, we call them Anthony. Stop cursing. Stop saying that bad word. The real mofos, we say Chucks. You know. Well, you know, if they are Chucks.
Rebe, would you like with me condemn a guy who says the N-word every time he's on Clubhouse? Bro, you need to condemn that guy. That guy is not black.
Who?
There's a guy named Jazif Khan. He's a Pathan. Pathans are Caucasian. Like they are literally like white people. Like they live in Pakistan, but they're white people that live up north in Pakistan, and they say that they got the pass by the black people, by the black community. They have the pass, but I don't think they have the pass, bro. That they're white people. How can white people get the pass to say the N-word?
Yeah, I wasn't a part of that meeting.
Yeah, you wanna come join us in the public? You wanna condemn that guy for using the N-word because he uses that so like. Yeah.
I was telling. It's crazy. So. Where's it at? Where they at? The 2 cats that's in the video in the comments here, Jinx and Zoms. I was in a conversation with them earlier. One of them was like this little ass kid. He's a little white kid, and he's like, "Oh, you guys gonna give me a black card? Give me the N-word card?" We're like, "No, we're not giving you the N-word card. We just can't hand you. Like, I'm all for free speech and whatnot at the end of the day, but I'm not handing out no fucking N-word cards and shit to y'all. Like, you use that word at your own fucking. I tell people all the time, you use that word at your own discretion. I can't speak for other black people. I'm not handing no black cards out. If somebody get offended and they want to knock your block off, they get. I can't stop them. You offended them. Don't use that word around them. You just don't. You don't have the liberal, ability to liberally use that word. I don't even have the ability to liberally use that word. That's why I say to myself, I got to stop using that word and try to eliminate it from my language. I'm so used to using it that I don't like to use it. Like, because some people do get offended. I've seen white people get offended by it. I'm like, what are you offended for? Like,
do you know Indo-Aryans?
What Dr. Androgyny done to my fucking life?
Do you know who Indo-Aryans are, Rebe?
Yeah, it was a couple of cats we had in the audience earlier, around like 8 o'clock.
No. I'm talking about Indo-Aryans. Indo-Aryans is an ethnic group that's like pretty ancient, right? Those are like black people in in my country probably. They live down south in Pakistan, southern part of Pakistan. They are the black community in Pakistan. They're like black people that are like they're black as coal, and these people, they are like, most of them are farmers and most of them are miners. They are like in the, you know, what you would call the primary sector of the economy and stuff, you know, which really deals with all those stuff, right? So they obviously, we don't have the N word here because no one uses any kind of slang slurs, racist slurs there, right? We have other slurs that kind of can be akin to the N word, but it's not that the N word, obviously. So just want to make it like some might have this notion that black communities just exist in the West. Well, black communities exist all over the world, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. Some there are black communities in China, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do the blacks
Russia.
in Pakistan have blue magic in their bathroom?
Magic in their bathroom? What? So I didn't
Blue
get
magic.
that. Blue magic?
The blue magic.
This nigga. What you mean blue magic? What you think blue magic is everywhere? Oh, you think because there's black communities in a lot of countries you seem to think that the black people in Pakistan, the brothers and sisters in Pakistan, is sitting there running around with blue magic hair gel up in the man. Blue magic is hair gel.
Oh,
Mo.
magic.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
I have
it's
no
like
idea.
we put it in our hair.
I have no idea what blue magic is, so brother.
Does the blue
So I don't think they don't have blue magic here. Yeah.
Does the blue magic make the hair straight?
I have no idea.
What is the blue
We have hair gels. We have hair gels, but I don't know if they use hair gels at all.
Blue magic is to help with like curls and waves. It's like a conditioner, you know. Black people don't wash their hair all the time, every single day. Taylor, you would know something about that. You don't have any hair on the top of your head, so you don't wash your hair every single day and whatnot. So you know, like we just naturally gifted by God and Allah and the Almighty John and Zeus and shit. You know, just to have these luxurious locks and not have to wash our hair and shit. You know, but we run this blue magic. Some of us like dummies run blue magic through our fucking hair, try to get some curls, style it. It's like a styling gel or some shit. You know.
They don't have that.
No.
Apparently.
No, they don't have it in Pakistan. I
Or
don't
the
think
Pakistanis are just as bewildered as us as what the blue magic does.
Oh my god! I'm sitting there like, what the fuck? Blue magic? Don't nobody got no damn blue. What the hell? That's like that. That's definitely a strictly United States thing, man. Blue magic.
Yeah, we don't have blue magic here. We got the red magic.
They don't even, you said
blue magic.
You said they got the black magic.
You're gonna see some blue magic on the kitchen sink.
Red magic.
Oh,
We
red
got the
magic?
red magic.
Oh, see, they got a different color. They got some different shit going on over there. They got red magic.
Red magic is like an elfie. I don't know how you say it, elfie. It's like an adhesive used to stick things together. It's like adhesive. That's the red
glue.
magic. Yeah, it's like glue. Yeah, that's the red magic.
Does the blue magic glue? Does it glue the hair straight?
No, that's not. No, you dumb motherfucker. It's the styling gel. That's what blue magic is. Red magic sound like it's just a glue, an adhesive. Like Mo said, ain't no black people sticking no damn. Oh my god, yes they are. Yes they are. Because there's that girl with the Gorilla Glue.
You cancel.
Red magic is
Gorilla Glue.
Like, red magic, like it looks like cum though, but.
I forgot all about that dumb shorty with the Gorilla Glue shit.
It's Gorilla Glue the black people hair straight.
That And I felt so bad for her. It was so sad. I was like, "Oh, why would you do that?
Young Mocha.
Don't stick Gorilla Glue in your hair, sweetie. No." Say, sometimes you can't stop the self-hate, man. Some black people just hate themselves and shit. They hate the way their hair grows and whatnot. They just can't live and be happy to be nappy like I am. I'm happy to be nappy. Shit.
Young Mo got ripped off our live by the Pakistani intelligence.
They took him away. It's like, no, you're there. You're learning too much about United States citizens. We want you to think of them as the enemy. We're supposed to be like fucking evil and stupid and retarded and shit. But
What the Chuck? We told him that what do you think? Conversation. We told him this. He's out there in Pakistan talking about check out my chucks.
They're gonna be like, what?
I got the blue
chucks. Those weren't even chucks. That's the crazy part. They were Converses.
Oh, chucks. Where did you get that gold nugget of English? Or chucks.
Oh my goodness. You've been talking to those Americans again. Dumb, damn, dirty, dusty, dumb Americans. They think they're so fucking smart. Yeah, we are.
America.
We're highly intelligent. All right, let's continue this debate and shit. Had a nice little segue there. Oh, not segue. What do they call that? Hiatus.
Okay, thank you for that. And right now we are going to go to, I believe it is the 15-minute cross-examination.
The Quran and Sunnah, or even contrary.
Say that again. Oh, okay.
Where did we go?
Oh, no, we're still here. I just said, I had paused. I thought you were saying something.
Or did we lost it?
Nah,
Taylor.
we didn't lose it.
Oh.
I don't think we did anyway. Trying to make sure I get back to the right spot. Yeah, I think it's it right here. Like, poor Abdul, he looks constipated, man. He's like, why do I gotta deal with this shit today? Like, what is my life coming to?
I'll restart the timer. Okay, ready? Begin.
Okay, so as I said,
no.
You have to read the whole
attributes, and there's not a possibility in which he doesn't tell you.
So if anybody lost anything right now, they'd be able to see it in the recording.
Yeah.
So Jake, whenever you're ready, you can start.
Okay. Second.
And Jake, please let us know if you have slides because you didn't have them last time.
No, I don't have slides.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna start now.
Jake don't need no damn slides, Dr. Javad.
Okay, Bismillah. Unfortunately, folks, I think for Khalil, he's already given up the debate. Why? Because when I'm attacking his position, his response is, my personal beliefs are irrelevant to the debate. Khalil has said that his own personal beliefs are irrelevant to the debate. Well, I wonder, who am I actually debating here? Am I debating some guy named Joe down the street, or am I debating Khalil Andani? I thought I was debating Khalil Andani last time I checked. So if your beliefs are not relevant to the debate, then have a nice day. So I don't know what you showed up for the debate. You've already lost the debate. Now, he's attacking Madlum and saying that this is an outdated thing. Well, let me tell you something. This is not just Madlum who is making this statement. And by the way, I have a document full of all of these references. If anyone is interested in it after the debate, I will make it publicly available with a link, and you can read them yourself and see who is actually accurately representing Ismaili theology and the philosophers. Is it Jake or Mr. Khalil Andani? And you guys can be the judge of that. I think you'll see very clearly, even by Khalil's own words in his written articles and statements on YouTube, that he is doing a bit of taqiyya here. But I mean, what can I say? I mean, it's par for the course with the person that I'm debating now. Now, he says that like I said, he's already given up the debate by saying his position or his beliefs are irrelevant. Now, let me try to respond to, because he did this machine gun tactic, I'll try to respond to another one of his arguments. He asked about the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Are they necessary, or are they this, or are they that? We believe that they're necessary in the sense that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala exists always with them. Eternally. He always exists with his attributes, and there's not a possibility in which he doesn't exist without his attributes. And you can ask me more questions about that in the future, and you can go on and say, oh, well, that means that there are multiple necessary beings. Well, no, it doesn't mean that there are multiple necessary beings. We don't say that there are multiple humans that Jake is multiple humans just because I have multiplicity within me. I'm still one being. We don't say that there are multiple beings within Jake. This is not the language that we use. And this is the whole point. You're saying that I didn't give an argument. I did give an argument. My argument is quite simple. Just read the Quran for the first part. Read it and see, is anybody going to come to the conclusion that the universal intellect and all of these other beings that exist are eternal and they have these attributes and God doesn't, and he's actually not knowing, he's not perfect? No, they wouldn't. And by your own admission, the Salaf didn't actually believe in it. Only a small version of people actually believed in it, which you tried to hint to in the beginning of your opening statement. Now, on this issue of proving God's existence, he's saying he's doing it by a contingency argument. Let me read from Khalil's own statement about God. He says, listen, the Ismailis find that idea too limiting. God is beyond existence. So the Ismailis will say that you cannot say God is the necessary existent. That's Khalil's own words. You cannot say, and as an Ismaili, that God is the necessary being or the necessary existent. Now, again, is this only Jake saying this? Now he's saying that Al-Kermani adopts this position. Well, let's see what Al-Kermani actually says. And he says, well, I'm just quoting Madlung. Well, sorry, Mr. Khalil, but I trust him a lot more than you. And you keep talking about Arabic, but you can't even pronounce basic words, which I find to be quite shocking. Ooh. Now, he says here, humans do not and cannot know God except as the quasi-divine intellectual image present in the mind. And it is not God. Yet this very notion of God as an ultimate first being or first cause is the doctrine of the philosophers. It should be abundantly clear that Al-Kermani rejected the philosophical concept of God as totally inadequate. God is beyond the cosmic system that he brought into being. It shares nothing within him, nothing at all. The God known to humans is the universal intellect, the cause of all causes, the unmoved mover, and the necessary being. So Al-Kermani's God is not the God of the philosophers, according to Paul Walker himself. Now, do you want to throw Paul Walker under the bus and say that his scholarship is out of date too, when you just had him on your YouTube channel less than a couple months ago, in which you hosted? And so I don't understand. These are your Ismaili scholars that are translating your texts and doing commentaries on them, but apparently none of them know anything except Mr. Khalil Andani. So he's throwing his entire theology under the bus. And it's quite unfortunate.
Right on the dot.
Damn, right on the dot. Good job, Jake.
Abdurrahman, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. So, yeah, thanks, Jake. So, Dr. Khalil, you can go ahead whenever you're ready to. And if you have slides, I guess let Jake know. So,
I thought the Javad was a moderator also.
I'll share the screen if we can get that up first, and then I'll run the slideshow.
Your camera's off too, Khalil.
Yeah, your camera as well.
Let's see. There we go. Yeah, so, okay. I have 5 minutes?
Yep. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you have 5 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, he's back to the fucking PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, thank
Wait,
you.
if everyone could mute. Okay, thanks. I'll start the timer now.
All right. So what Jake did is that he appealed to Ibn Taymiyyah to answer my first argument that the Athari Creed prohibits logical proofs. Now, Ibn Taymiyyah, of course, is not the mainstream Athari position. Okay, Ibn Taymiyyah is an outlier. Even Sheikh Yusuf bin Sadiq, who I quoted, who's a Hanbali authority, Athari authority, he said that. Now, here's the thing. I have no problem with Jake wants to use Ibn Taymiyyah. But then when we planned the debate, I explicitly asked Jake, are you going to use Ibn Taymiyyah or are you going to use other creeds? And Jake gave me the creed of Ibn Qudama. So here's the thing. If you follow Ibn Qudama, which you say you do, well, Ibn Qudama says that all speculative theology, all kalam, whether it's Ash'ari or not, is completely prohibited. So you cannot use any form of kalam, logical, rational arguments against me in this debate, nor can you use it to prop up your own creed. So your creed cannot be proven by reason and the debate is over, okay? Because debate is for people who are allowed to use logic and reason, which you're not allowed to do. Furthermore, in your Athari tradition, there seems to be a pandemic against logic. You have all these Athari scholars like Suyuti passing fatwas condemning logic, and Ibn Salah passing, who's the head of Dar al-Hadith in Damascus, he condemns logic as haram. So if you want to commit to the Athari creed, fine, but then don't go around using logic, because this is a gross double standard, basically. All right. Now, attributes. Again, I'm repeating myself here. We can say that God is powerful if God is powerful means God is the giver of power. Same for all these other attributes. The attributes as finite realities, as distinct realities, they only exist in creation. And again, Ibn Sina agrees with this. Ibn Sina believes God is simple, and I already showed evidence. So even if this debate is about my personal beliefs, which it is not, every assertion that Jake made about Ibn Sina contradicting Ismaili views, the views I'm defending today are all in concordance between Ibn Sina, Ibn Arabi, and the Ismailis. They differ on other things. They do. But those are not the points that I'm defending today. Now, Jake's notion of attributes. He said now that the attributes are necessary, but he didn't specify what he means by necessary. So here's what his own creed says. Now, this book of Ibn Hamdan is in Arabic. It hasn't been translated. And Jake gave me a translation of a muqtasar, a summary of the creed. So I don't know if Jake has actually read Ibn Hamdan, but he's very clear. God is powerful through his power. He's willing through his will. So for the Atharis, God needs these attributes, and they're all uncreated. And all of these attributes have causal power. So for the Atharis, okay, the attributes sort of have to join together to form Allah. And frankly, what comes to mind with your Athari theology is basically Captain Planet, where all the powers have to come together to form Captain Planet. Now, you made thing about Ismailis are not allowed to say God exists. What you have not done, because you didn't read Kermani in the primary source, you haven't read any primary sources that are not translated. Kermani and others who say that God is beyond existence, they actually define what existence is. Let me give you some examples, okay? And you need to tell us what existence also means, Jake. I want to hear your answer. How do you define wujud or ace? Now, if exists is a genus under which you have substances and accidents, then exists is a created category and God transcends existence, okay? And everybody agrees with that. God does not possess existence. God transcends existence if existence is a created genus. Number two, if existence is a non-constitutive accident or arad, which Ibn Sina says and which Kermani says, then also God is beyond existence. And I already showed Ibn Sina saying that. If existence is predicated analogically through what is called a relative analogy, then the term God exists simply means God is the source or the ground of existence. And this is a position that Ismailis do affirm. Finally, if you're using exists in the sense of analytic theology or analytic philosophy, which my opponent seems to like, despite its non-compatibility with Atharism, in analytic theology, X exists is just a quantifier. It's not an attribute. So in a normal layman or analytic speech, I have no problem saying God exists. And I have written, you say you want to make this about my beliefs, but I have an article where I do, it's actually called like the strongest argument for the existence of God. So if existence is a real predicate or an attribute, then I say God is beyond existence. But if existence is an analogical term for the source of existence or is just a quantifier, then I can say that God exists, no problem. I think that's 5 minutes.
Yes, Abdul Rahman?
Yes, that's 5 minutes. And Dr. Javad, if you could take over the moderating for a few minutes, because I'm going to switch to my phone. So, yeah, all right. So if you could just take over for a bit.
Okay, no problem.
Great.
Okay, so we've done the intros, we've done the 10-minute rebuttals, and now we've done the 5-minute rebuttals. So now we're moving into the 15-minute cross-examination where each side will give the other side at least a minute to answer without interruption. And then after that, it's left up to them. And then after we finish that, then we'll do the 10-minute closing. So we're going to start now with the cross-examination. I believe that Jake, and I'd like both of your cameras on. Okay, fantastic. Can we stop sharing the screen, Khalil?
Oh, yes. 1 second.
Okay.
I just removed it.
Okay. Your mic sounds a little different. Jake, can you say it again, what you just said?
Yeah, check.
Okay, I guess it's fine now. It's a
Loud.
little bit on the loud side, but that's fine. Okay, and Jake, you're the one who's going to start off with the cross-examination. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to put on the timer for 15 minutes. I'll tell you when you can start. Just give me 1 second. All right, we're going to start now.
Okay, Khalil, so is true Tawheed known only through taqleed of the Imam or through the intellect alone?
Well, it can be partly known through the intellect. But to make sure that you get it correctly without ascribing created attributes to God, you may need the guidance of the Imams.
Okay, so let me give you a quote here from your own text here. This is from an intro to Ash-Shahrastani's Creation and Command. He says, therefore, God is utterly inaccessible except through knowledge of the Imam of the time. Thus, it is only through the Imam of the time, who is the manifestation of God's command, that people can find a way to his knowledge. The formula was now straightforward. Knowledge of and practice of faith in the one true God, Tawheed, relies exclusively on knowledge and submission to the Imam. In short, Tawheed is incomplete without knowledge of the Imam of the time. True and pure Tawheed is the one which is subject to the instruction and guidance of the Imam of the time. So this text says that you cannot know, that it's exclusively based on the Imam. So what's your response?
Well, there's a difference between, in Ismaili thought, between ilm and marifa. Okay? Ilm at-Tawheed is what you call the science of Tawheed. And this is what we're actually debating right now, how to properly talk about Tawheed. That's ilm of Tawheed. Okay? But when Shahrastani says this, or when Tusi says this, that you need to go through the Imam, that is talking about marifa of Tawheed. Marifa is a more intimate type of knowledge that goes beyond. It is a sort of supra-discursive kind of knowledge that's recognized in the Ismaili tradition and in the Avicennan tradition and in the Sufi tradition. So these authors are talking about the marifa of Tawheed. They're not talking about the ilm of Tawheed. The ilm of Tawheed is like all over Ismaili books. That's literally the discussion that you and I are having right now. So you need to differentiate between those two things.
Okay, so why does Shahrastani himself, in his refutation of Ibn Sina, say that God is not known through the intellect, he's known through the fitra, and rejects his contingency argument?
Well, that's only one part of it. If you keep reading that same text, Shahrastani does say that contingent things do exist and that they require a murajji, a preponderator. And that's how he establishes the reality of God. So Shahrastani is not against the contingency argument. What Shahrastani is against, if you read the text very closely, is ascribing wujud or existence as a univocal accident or attribute or genus to God. That is what Shahrastani is against. And insofar as anybody does that, and I believe you do that, then Shahrastani is correct. But if Ibn Sina or Ibn Arabi do not think of wujud when they talk about wajib al-wujud, if they don't think of wujud as an attribute or a univocal genus, then Shahrastani's case would not register against them.
So is Shahrastani making a false argument? Was he incorrect?
Shahrastani is fine because he assumes that wujud is a one-to-one univocal genus term. So, but everybody agrees with him. I showed you a quote of Ibn Sina where Ibn Sina said on my slide, right, God does not possess nafs al-wujud. The wujud that is common to created things, Ibn Sina said God doesn't have that wujud. And that's exactly what Shahrastani is saying.
Okay, so move on to the next point here. So is the universal intellect the necessary being?
The universal intellect is necessary being in two ways.
Guys, can you
Okay,
pause
number one, The universal intellect is what analytic philosophers call a modally necessary being, a being that.
Yeah, sorry. I just want you people to now pay attention. You know what? Because Khalidani is now going to contradict himself. So do pay attention because he's going to contradict himself in the next few seconds. So just
What do
want
you
your
mean?
attention.
What do you mean,
Yeah, he's
you
gonna.
people?
I mean, you people. Yeah, just wanted to.
merely exists in all possible worlds is what we call a modally necessary being. So the universal intellect is that. The universal intellect is a necessary being in a second sense, because the term necessary being means, what sort of has to exist. It cannot be any other way, and it cannot change. That meaning of necessary being also applies to the universal intellect, just like Thomas Aquinas refers to the angels and other creations of God as necessary beings. What the universal intellect is not, is it is not wajib al-wujud bidhatihi. Nasser Khosrow never says the intellect is wajib al-wujud or hasti wajib idhatihi. Those terms in itself are not present in Nasser Khosrow's text. So when you're looking at terminology from one intellectual tradition and another intellectual tradition, and even modern analytic philosophy, you have to properly unpack what those terms mean and then map them against each other properly.
Okay, so when you say in your YouTube video that God is beyond existence, the Ismailis will say that you cannot say God is the necessary existent. What did you mean?
I mean it the way Shahrastani meant it, and in the way, if necessary being refers to something that possesses wujud as an accident. And Kermani defines wujud as an accident. Shahrastani defines wujud as a genus. Nasser Khosrow defines wujud as a genus. So if those are the meanings of wujud, then surely you cannot call God a necessary being, because being is an attribute there. And Ibn Sina agrees with us on this, and so does Ibn Arabi. If wujud has a different meaning, if it only has a negative meaning, that which does not accept adam, non-existence, if that's what wujud means, then you can say God exists. And in fact, Kermani, in his own text, Rahat al-Aql, actually says it is permissible to refer to God as wujud or mawjud, as long as you realize that you're not ascribing a real attribute to him. He says this in Rahat al-Aql.
Yeah, in that same text, he actually has a section critiquing the philosopher's conception of creation. And he says, on its existence being from the Most High, may he be sanctified, not by way of emanation, as the philosophers maintain, but by way of innovation, and that seeking to comprehend the manner of its coming to exist is impossible. Likewise, you just brought up the point before about the preponderator, that God is a preponderator of existence. Well, in that same section, Shahrastani says, consequently, the preponderator is a preponderator of existence over non-existence, not a preponderator of necessity over contingency, and it is a bestower of existence, not a bestower of necessity. So how do you defend these quotes in light of your modal collapse position?
Okay, so the first quote regarding emanation. So firstly, I don't know what you're really asking me to defend. Kermani has a very restricted notion of emanation, which is a material process by which the cause is only perfected if it emanates its effect. That's how Kermani talks about emanation. Obviously, I reject that notion of emanation, and so does everybody else. Kermani says creation of the first intellect is by ibda, which is origination. Well, the Ibn Sina tradition also refers to God's creation of the first intellect as ibda. So remember, Ibn Sina died in 1037. Kermani died in 1020. There's no way Kermani is refuting Ibn Sina, because Ibn Sina hasn't even written his major works when Kermani is writing. Kermani is most likely referring to a pre-Avicennan falsafa tradition. And there were falasifa who believed that God creates without any volition. So obviously we reject that. Now, modal collapse. By modal collapse, you mean that God could not have willed otherwise, right? Is that what you mean? But can you tell us what modal collapse means? Because the audience doesn't really know.
Yes, what you just said.
Is that God cannot will otherwise? That's modal collapse? Yeah, so
Yeah,
there's no problem.
you just said.
Yeah, there's no problem with that. Sijistani says this Sijistani believes God can only have one will and one choice. So this has always been the Ismaili position. I showed you this on my slide. God is not a libertarian free agent in the Ismaili conception. You have to be careful and not ascribe the Ash'arite notion of a divine will that is entirely self-determined, that just randomly picks from a possibility leading to brute contingency. That's the Ash'arite view of divine will, and that's the Athari view of divine will. This is not what any of the Ismaili philosophers believe in. The difference, if any, between the Ismaili view and the Avicennan view is how they articulate the fact that creation could not have been otherwise. And again, modal collapse is not a problem for us. Even if everything other than God is modally necessary, everything other than God is still dependent, because as you said, everything in and of itself lacks preponderation for its existence. So God is the preponderator, as Shahrastani says. So even if God preponderates the existence of everything such that everything is modally necessary, everything is still dependent on God. So modal collapse really does not touch my worldview, the Ismaili worldview, or the Avicennan worldview.
Okay, so question. So does Nasr al-Khusra accuse the Mu'tazila, who believed in divine simplicity, of shirk, based on the proposition that they attribute knowledge or knowing to the divine essence?
Okay, so number one, I'm assuming you read the text. Does he tell you which shirk he's talking about?
Well, you can't respond with a question.
Well, I mean, are you aware? Or you can answer yes or no. Are you aware of which
You're not
shirk
supposed to
he's talking
respond with a question.
Okay, fine. As you said, I'm the amateur debater, right? It's fine. So let me tell you then, okay? Because I don't think you know, because at least you would have mentioned it. So he first talks about a hadith where the Prophet says that the presence of shirk in my community is more hidden than an ant walking like on a rock in the middle of the night. So this is talking about shirk khafi, okay? Not shirk jali. There are two different kinds of shirk. Shirk jali is when you explicitly worship idols, okay? Like what the Meccan mushrikeen were doing. Shirk khafi is a shirk that is a problem with creed or doctrine. So Nasr Khusro does say that if you believe in multiple eternal uncreated attributes that are distinct from Allah's essence, you are committing shirk khafi, because he quotes this hadith right before he makes the accusation. So he does say that. And he does say that about the Mu'tazila. But for some reason, you ascribe the Mu'tazila position that Nasr Khusro critiques, you ascribed it to the Falasifa. But it's not the position of the Falasifa in that text. When Nasr Khusro gave the Tawheed of the Falasifa, he actually never said anything bad about it. In fact, you're quoting from a work called Jami al-Hikmatain, the reconciliation or the harmonization of the two hikmas, Hikmat al-Nabuwa and Hikmat al-Falasifa. That's what Nasr Khusro's entire book is about, saying there is no conflict between Ismaili hikmah, which is prophetic hikmah, and Falsafi hikmah. So I don't know how you can quote a book whose main thesis is the compatibility of Ismaili philosophy and Falsafa and use that as evidence to say that they're not compatible.
Okay, if creation did not exist, would God exist?
Yo, pay attention to this.
Logically speaking, or what?
Yeah.
Well, it would be proper to say that if creation did not exist, okay, God would not exist. But if creation does not exist, it would have to assume the non-existence of God at the outset.
So God is dependent upon creation?
No, not at all. God.
But you said he couldn't exist without creation.
I didn't say he couldn't exist without creation.
You just said that
I said creation could not exist without God.
Did you see that?
Yeah, but is it the other way around? Could God exist without creation?
God exists through himself.
2-minute warning.
And creation exists through God.
Okay, so you also mentioned earlier that I was quoting an old article, but let me quote you an article from Frank Griffel, who was actually part of the same.
Yeah, did you see that? Did you just hear him out saying that God can? Yeah, if there was no creation, there would not be any God. So he does affirm that, like, if you go back like 2-3 seconds, right? He does states that without creation, there would have been any God.
I didn't say he couldn't exist with.
If creation did not exist, would God exist?
No, 2-3 seconds back.
I mean, like logically speaking, or what?
Yeah.
Uncreated attributes that are distinct from Allah's essence, you are committing shirk khafi, because he quotes this hadith right before he makes the accusation. So he does say that, and he does say that about the Mu'tazila. But for some reason, you ascribe the Mu'tazila position that Nasir Khusru critiques, you ascribed it to the Falasifa, but it's not the position of the Falasifa in that text. When Nasir Khusru gave the Tawheed of the Falasifa, he actually never said anything bad about it. In fact, you're quoting from a work called Jami al-Hikmatain, the reconciliation or the harmonization of the two hikmas, Hikmat al-Nabuwa and Hikmat al-Falasifa. That's what Nasir Khusru's entire book is about, saying there is no conflict between Ismaili hikmah, which is prophetic hikmah, and Falsafi hikmah. So I don't know how you can quote a book whose main thesis is the compatibility of Ismaili philosophy and falsafa and use that as evidence to say that they're not compatible.
Okay, if creation did not exist, would God exist?
Pay attention to this.
I mean, like logically speaking, or what?
Yeah.
Well, it would be proper to say that if creation did not exist, okay, God would not exist. But if creation does not exist, it would have to assume the non-existence of God at the outset.
So God is dependent upon creation?
No, not
Did
at
you
all.
see that?
God.
You said he couldn't exist without creation.
Did you see that? Did you hear him saying that?
Yeah, he straight up said it.
Yeah, and like later when Khalil-Dani cross questions Jake, he straight up denies that he said that, though meaning that he contradicts himself several times. Like if you go beyond this time, you will see him contradict him. He would deny the fact that he said that. So keep that in mind, that he said that without creation, God would not exist.
I didn't say he couldn't exist without creation.
You see that?
You just said that.
I said creation could not exist without God.
Yeah, but is it the other way around? Could God exist without creation?
God
Jake.
exists
Good job.
through himself.
2-minute warning.
And creation exists through God.
Okay, so you also mentioned earlier that I was quoting an old article, but let me quote you an article from Frank Griffel, who was actually part of the same text that your article was published in, the Oxford text. He says, given that God is unknowable, and this is a commentary on Shahrastani, given that God is unknowable, this first intellect is the highest being to which humans can relate. It is the being that the Quran refers to as God, Allah. The God of revelation is not a real deity, but rather the true God's first creation. Additionally, this is the being the philosophers and theologians refer to as God. So he's claiming to represent Ash-Shahrastani as saying that the God of the philosophers and theologians is actually the first intellect. So what's your response?
Is there a question? You just want my comment on that?
Yeah, what's your response to it? Because you're claiming that you believe in the same thing. He's saying that you don't.
Again, I would like you to find me, firstly, a primary source. You've been relying only on secondary sources. Frank Griffel.
No, that's not true.
Well, it is. Anyway, the first part, what Frank Griffel said there, that according to Shahrastani, the God of the Quran is the first intellect. No, there is no Ismaili author who has said that the God of the Quran is the first intellect. This is completely false. Okay. The second part, the fact that what the theologians and some philosophers take as God is the first intellect, that does apply. That is true in certain cases. And it's not just the Ismailis who held this view. Ghazali held this view. Okay. In his Mishkat al-Anwar, your Imam Ghazali said that the God worshipped by Aristotelians and some of the Mutakallimun.
Bro, he needs to. Bro, he's an Arab. He needs to be good at pronouncing Mishkatul Anwar. It's Mishkatul Anwar. God damn it! It's not that hard to pronounce. Mishkatul Anwar, and it's one of my favorite books by Imam Ghazali. Do you see the picture on my icon? That's Imam Ghazali.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the Imam Ghazali that he's talking about, and I have the hard copy of it with me right now, and it's one of my favorite books, and what he's stating is straight up lies. I'll get into that if you want, but I don't want to take much time because you have already taken a lot of time now. You have 3 hours,
No, you
3
good.
hours into it. So let's get over this. So yeah,
What does
you
Imam
can.
Ghazali
Say that again.
Yeah, I'm saying just you can Sorry, Taylor, I didn't mean to interject. Yeah, sorry, go on, Taylor.
No, you all right. You're our guest. Be our guest. You're good.
You can unpause
It's
now.
just the
I think.
mover of the highest sphere. It's not even the true God. And then the God worshipped by some of the philosophers is the first creation of the true God. And it's only the God worshipped by the Sufis, the attainers. That's the true God. So this position, yes, Nasser Khosrow does charge philosophers and theologians with this thing, but Ghazali makes the same charge, and I don't see
Time,
what's
Dr.
remarkable about
It's
Khalil.
time. It's time. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to reset the start.
This guy
All
has
right,
no
let's hear it.
respect for time.
What does Imam Ghazali actually say?
Yeah. Mo?
Sorry, what? I didn't hear
What,
that. Can you repeat?
what did he misrepresent? Imam Ghazali
Yeah.
actually said.
What Imam Ghazali is that he wrote a whole book called Tuhfatul Falasifa, which was the refutation of Khalil Andani's position, which is the Falasifa position, which includes individuals like Ibn Sina, which Dr. Khalil holds dear to, and Al-Farabi, which is the second person that Dr. Khalil holds dear to. So these all individuals were refuted by Imam Ghazali in Tuhfatul Falasifa, which is literally translates to the refutation of the philosophers. Philosophers meaning these individuals, the Peripaterics. You know the Peripaterics, the people from the school of Aristotle. And these Muslim thinkers were from the school of Aristotle who were literally excommunicated for being unorthodox, for holding to a heterodox belief. So, so what Khalidani is stating is straight up lies, considering Ghazali is the same person who wrote a whole book refuting them, and he's trying to make it seem like as if Imam Ghazali was kind of like sympathetic to see such people when he wasn't in any.
So Imam Ghazali wasn't playing this mental gym fucking pseudo philosophy shit. He was
And straight up
strictly
lying. That's straight up taqiyya from a part, because for Shias, taqiyya, you can do taqiyya in anything. You can do taqiyya to bring people to their beliefs. You can do taqiyya for anything. That's their belief. That's their core belief. Taqiyya is something that they like to misuse a lot. So they can do taqiyya for anything. That's what he's doing right now.
so he's using taqiyya to make it look like Imam Ghazali said.
Yeah. Yeah. Straight up.
I'll go
Wow.
without the taquitos on that shit.
Yeah, man, the taquitos, dude, that shit's off the hook. Like with Justin and Hanifa using the taquitos, remember that?
Yeah. I remember that.
You remember they fucking copy and pasted a whole fucking BuzzFeed article.
Yes.
He's trying to
Yo,
taqiyya. He's trying to misquote a
Taylor,
fucking a Sunni
Taylor,
imam.
Taylor, I want you to keep that in your mind when, like, you know, when Khalil said that that God won't exist without the universe, right? He said that, right? The God won't exist without creation. Now keep that in mind and now pay attention, because Khalil Anani would now totally upright reject that. And again, he will reject that because Jake would literally poke fun at him for contradicting himself when he won't admit, because he'll be doing taqiyya again. He does taqiyya again.
It was like it was within like the same sentence. Like he said, okay, so God exists without creation. He can't exist without, and he said, no, God exists of himself. But in the sentence before, he said, if creation doesn't exist, it's assumed that God doesn't exist.
Yes, that's ridiculous. But let's keep on going. I don't want to waste much time. Yeah.
It's taqiyya.
is the first creation of the true God. And it's only the God worshipped by the Sufis, the attainers. That's the true God. So this position, yes, Nasser Khosrow does charge philosophers and theologians with this thing, but Ghazali makes the same charge, and I don't see what's remarkable about that.
It's time. Okay, so I'm going to reset the clock to 15 minutes, and now we're going to switch. Now, Dr. Khalil Andani is going to put Jake, the Muslim metaphysician, in the hot seat. All right, ready? 15 minutes. Here it goes.
Okay, thank you, Jake. Let's begin with attributes and cut to the chase. You hold that God's attributes are distinct, not identical to God's essence. So do the attributes depend on God's essence, or are they ase, necessary in themselves?
What do you mean by depend?
Does the existence of an attribute of Allah depend on the essence?
In the same way that for you, the existence of creation or God's existence depends on the existence of creation.
I just mean either the attributes depend on God's essence or they don't. Which is it?
Right there.
Yes, in the same way that you would say that God's existence depends upon creation.
I don't say that though. So I want a clear answer. So I'm saying
that. Yeah, you just said that before.
Right.
I didn't say that. Well, there's a tape here, so we'll watch.
Exactly.
So I'm going to take it that you said the attributes depend on the essence to exist. Okay.
I didn't say that.
You just said that.
No, I didn't.
Okay. I'm going to ask you again. Are the attributes of Allah, are they ase or not ase?
That's a different question. Are you conflating?
Okay, I'm changing the question. Answer my question.
Why are you changing the question?
Because that's my right. Answer my question.
Okay, so what's your new question?
I already stated it. Moderator, he's just evading here. He's not answering my questions.
Objection.
Are each distinct divine attribute, is it dependent on God's essence or is it ase?
Depends what you mean by depend.
The divine essence is the necessary and sufficient condition for that attribute, and you're not allowed to ask me a question. I want an answer now, or I'm going to take it that you forfeit the question because you cannot defend your creed.
I answered you. I said it depends what you mean by depend.
You have not answered my question. I'm going to give you one last chance. I'm going to give you one more chance.
Listen, I'm able to respond, am I not?
You're not responding. You keep
saying
I've
am responding. It depends what you mean by depend. Is it that you have a special definition of dependence that I don't share and that you can't proceed with your argument unless I agree with your definition? Is that your problem?
You have already used the term depend throughout the process. So you define dependence and you tell me, do the attributes depend on the essence or not?
I just told you in the sense that you just said that creation depends on God and that God depends on creation.
Creation depends on. Okay, hold on. So
there are more depends than.
Let's make some breakthrough here.
In this pack of diapers.
So creation depends on God. I said that, yes. Are you saying that the attributes depend on the essence the same way creation depends on God?
I'm saying there's a counterfactual dependence.
Yeah, that doesn't matter though. So this is irrelevant. Do the
no, it's
attributes
not irrelevant,
are they ase or not? You're not answering the question.
You asked me about dependence, and I'm answering you. I'm saying there's a counterfactual dependence.
Okay,
of
let
not
me
existing
define it
without
for
the
you.
other.
Let me define it for you. I say
here.
Creation cannot exist by itself. It can only.
You know what's happening here? Khalil Dani's
God first exists.
Pause for a second.
Is that a counterfactual?
You know what's happening? Khalil Dani's argument is not working, so he's trying hard for to Jake to admit to that definition that he has in his mind. So it's like a loaded question in itself because he has this whole definition in that question, and he wants him to admit to that definition so that he can make his argument. But Jake is not letting him into this trap. So in this, Khalil Dani is doing pretty. He's doing all he has in his arsenal to get him on this argument that's gonna run. But his argument is not even picking up the pace.
What I see here is the get back. Is Andani trying to get the get back for the gotcha that Jake got him with earlier. With his
exactly. But Jake is not letting him do it in any way.
What you got, Taylor?
Yeah, you see the Dr. Androgyny going, I'm going to assume
all right, too late.
Moderator, help me.
Go Go ahead. I'm prepared. I'm
Moderator, help. Help, moderator. Oh,
Nah,
do you see like how Abdul Rahman is not here now? That's the whole point. Like Jake was also like complaining
Yeah.
about Rahman not being there when he should be there, because this is like the most essential part. Because now what moderator does is something unfair. So because moderator shuts him down, shuts Jake, like he mutes Jake for some time. That's unfair. But yeah, you can go.
Go ahead, Taylor.
Hit it.
It doesn't matter what counterfactual dependence doesn't cover this.
Questions should be one way.
I'm talking about grounding relations. Okay, God is the ground for the existence of the first intellect. Would you agree that God's essence is the ground for the attributes? Grounding relations are one way.
So now you're asking about grounding relations. Is that
Yes.
what you meant by dependent?
Yes.
all
Are
along?
the attributes grounded by God's essence?
In the sense that they cannot exist without the other, but we don't say it's a causal dependency or causal
I don't care what
relationship.
you say. I don't care what you say. So you
don't care what I say. Well, why are you
Yeah, I
asking
don't
the
care
question?
I'm next question. Okay, so you said yes, they depend. You say it's not.
No,
causal.
I said it's
don't
not
care.
a causal dependency. There's
That's
no
fine.
causal dependency.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The
It's a
point
counterfactual
is,
dependency.
It doesn't matter. The point is the attributes depend on the essence. They do not exist on their
Only
own.
in the sense that they can't
Okay.
exist without each other.
Okay, so the attributes are not ase.
What?
The attributes are not ase.
Is that a question or a statement?
Yeah, or agree or disagree?
In what sense? What do you mean by
Are
us?
the attributes the attributes are dependent on the essence, so they do not have aseity.
In the sense that they can't exist without the other.
Okay, good. Now, if something is not ase, can it be God?
Sorry, what? Can you repeat
If
that?
something is not ase, is it contingent?
Anything that's not God, is it contingent? Is that the question?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so therefore the attributes are contingent. So you believe
Why?
in contingent
Why?
because they're not ase. So my question to
When
you is,
you didn't say
believe-
ase, you said not God, and then you
This is a
switched it with ase.
Very
I
good
said
debate tactic.
again. You already said it. Now,
No, you switched it. You just did a bait and
Yeah,
switch.
he did break it. Did you pay
I
attention?
said, are the
You can rewind and watch again. He did said no, it's not God. Like, do you think that is Ase is not God? Now he switched God with something else. Rewind for seconds. You'll see.
agree or
Switched it.
disagree?
In what sense? What do you mean by
Are
ase?
the attributes the attributes are dependent on the essence, so they do not have aseity.
In the sense that they can't exist without the other.
Okay, good. Now, if something is not ase, can it be God?
Did you see that?
Sorry, what? Can you repeat
If
that?
something is not ase, is it contingent?
Did you see that?
Anything that's not God, is it contingent? Is that the question?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so therefore the attributes are contingent. So you believe
Why?
in contingent
Why?
because they're not ase. So my question to
When
you is,
you didn't say
believe-
ase, you said not God, and then you switched it with ase.
I said again. You already said it. Now,
No, you switched it. You just did a bait and switch.
That's what
I
he did.
said, are
You
the
You
attributes
asked me
ase?
if anything other.
Really trying to drop him into that hole right there. You know,
Yeah, he's-
unbelievable.
Yeah, man, this motherfucker is out there bait and switching tequila fishing.
Yeah.
Tequila fishing.
Yeah, dropped
Just
the
wanna
bait
point
in it, hook, line, and sinker. You almost got him. And he
just want to
said,
point out to
"No,
our viewers.
you bait and switch me. You tequila fisherman."
Tequila fisherman. Bro, there should be a new dictionary out there. I'm gonna make my own dictionary with these terms on. The Urban Dictionary 2.0.
These
Said,
are
"You
great.
said they're
These are
not
great.
God." He said it's not ase.
Yeah. Because
He
you
switched
just
it.
switched it up.
It was a bait and switch. Mm-mm.
Good on Jake to actually catch that.
Yeah. Khalil Androgyny is doing some bad sportsmanship right now.
Mm-hmm.
His concepts are unbelievable.
Andani thought he was going up against a simple podunk white boy, but what he doesn't realize is he's going up against the cat from New Jersey.
Zoom in on Jake real quick.
You know, I can't zoom in. I don't have the ability to zoom in right now. I told you my tablet was
Jake
acting
right now.
crazy.
You gotta zoom in on Jake. Look at him.
You keep telling me to zoom in on him. I just not listening. You're not listening. I can't zoom in on him. My mouse doesn't allow me
You gotta
to.
zoom in on Jake right now because Jake got the face. He's got the face of you don't want to fuck with right now.
Yeah, I can't zoom in. I don't have the ability to zoom in.
Well, let's see.
My laptop is closed at the
I
moment.
can't zoom in on him either. But that's the face right there. That's the face of a man you don't want to fuck with. You can't bait and switch this guy. Look at him. Look at him. You see?
You can take a screenshot of it and you can zoom in at any time you want.
Look at that face. That's the face of a man that's true grit. Look at Khalil Androgyny.
Screenshot.
Right, Mr. Androgyny. Dr. Androgyny over there got his eyebrows up. Jake's sitting there like, I got mine. I'm
It's
ready.
the best. I will remember this in memorial.
Yeah, I had to take it.
Other than God is contingent, and I said yes, and then you tried to impute that and say that means that's referring to the attributes.
No,
I don't.
I
accept
said if something is not asay, is it contingent? You said yes. You already said the attributes are not asay, so the attributes are contingent. So your God has contingent attributes.
No, not at all. The term God itself includes the essence and the attributes. So how are you separating them?
You should have said that before, my friend. You would have saved so much time.
Save so much time with what? You can't.
Yeah.
So it seems like you're having difficulty. You're having difficulty.
I was under the impression that for you,
let Khalil speak.
I was under the impression that for you.
Yeah, I'll let him speak if he asks me a question.
Okay, so God is the essence. God is the essence and the attributes.
The term God, we don't divorce them from each other.
Okay, so God is the essence and the attributes. Okay, and the attributes are not asay. So your God has.
When did I say that they're not asay?
You said they're not asay. Okay, do you want to say the attributes are asay?
I didn't use this terminology. The problem is you keep changing this question. You're saying asay, then you're using dependent, then you're using the word God.
Aseity is independence. Yeah, you just had a debate with Bo Branson of saying aseity is independence. You just did that, and now you're changing it.
It's not the same thing. You keep changing it.
Do you change your position whether you debate Bo Branson or me?
The term God includes both. So you can't separate them in that way.
Thank you for clarifying. So
I said it 3 times.
Thank you. So God includes an essence and multiple real distinct attributes, correct?
God, the term God.
Yeah, I'm just repeating what you said. God includes the essence and multiple real distinct attributes. Yes?
Distinct in what sense?
The attributes are not identical to the essence and not identical to one another.
Correct.
Okay, so therefore your God is a conglomerate of different entities. Thank you for confirming that. Next, I'm going to move on now. Okay, you just asked me about necessary creation, right? So here, can I just state my view of what I mean by creation is necessary, and you can comment on it if that's
Dr.
okay.
Androgyny, you don't have time.
So my view is this, okay? The will of God is necessary. Every decision, choice that God has made could not have been any other way. Okay.
In other words, it has no choice.
And any choice God has made, it is impossible to conceive that it could have been other way. This is my position.
God has no choice.
That position compatible with Islam according to you or not?
Is that position compatible with Islam in what sense? You're saying, does that make you a non-Muslim if you believe that?
Does it go against Tawheed? To believe
yes, it does. It goes against Tawheed in the sense that you're saying that God does not have free will, that creation is just necessitated by its essence. Yes, that goes against Islam because the Quran and the authentic Sunnah say otherwise.
Again, I didn't say necessitated by its essence. I simply said every decision choice that God has made could not have been any other way. And any choice that he's made, it's impossible to conceive that it could have been any other way. That's my position. Is that compatible with Tawheed or incompatible?
I take As-Sijistani's position in his refutation of it.
Okay, so again, can you answer, is what I just said compatible with Tawheed? God's decision could not have been any other way. Is it compatible with Tawheed?
Insofar as I understand you, your position is not in agreement with Tawheed.
Okay, so again, every decision or choice that God has made could not have been any other way. That's not compatible with Tawheed. Okay, so if a Muslim that you knew of held this view, okay, would you support their work? Would you promote this? So are you okay promoting this view of God's will cannot be otherwise? Are you okay with that being taught to other Muslims?
Depends who it is.
A person who believes this is teaching this to other Muslims.
Yeah, I would have to speak to them because I can't trust your representation.
Well, look, if I believe that God's choice could not have been any other way, you would agree this doesn't meet Tawheed, right?
Well, who are we talking about? Somebody alive or dead?
I'm just giving you my position first because I don't know
5-minute warning.
You think it's okay or it's not okay to believe God's will could not have been any other way.
Yeah, I just want to know because you're talking if I know the person personally.
Yeah, you know me. I'm telling you my position because
I don't believe your position is Tawheed because it goes against the text.
Okay. So my question for you then is, why is it the case that you work for someone who has the exact same position of Tawheed on God's will not being any other way as me? I actually just read to you verbatim what I read to you, the words of Muhammad Hijab in his Londoniya video published 6 months ago. You can go see it. He literally says what I just said. So Muhammad Hijab is teaching a view of Tawheed that you think is not Tawheed, yet you go and work for the Sapiens Institute. So are you just being inconsistent here? Yeah, I can read it. Quote,
go ahead, read it. Go ahead.
The will of God, since it's an attribute of the necessary existence, it must also be what? Necessary. Every decision, choice that God has made could not have been any other way. Since his wisdom and knowledge is perfect, you couldn't conceive that the results be any other way. It's the best possible choice that could be made. It's necessary. Any choice that God has made, it's impossible to conceive that it could have been any other way. You just said this position is against Tawheed. You work for someone, your Ustad Muhammad Hijab, who preaches this on YouTube.
He's not my
yeah,
Ustad.
well, you work for him. So I think you're being utterly inconsistent about everything.
You're saying he's my employer and I work for him and he's my Ustad? Where did I say that?
Of course, you teach for someone who preaches this necessary.
Where did I ever say that?
That you condemn.
Where
did you just say that? Like,
Yeah.
more hijab out of the blue.
That was a
Out
lot.
of nowhere. More hijab out of nowhere. And I don't know what has Muhammad hijab have to do with the debate.
Right.
Because if I were to be working with someone who has some different views, doesn't mean that I'm inconsistent with my worldview. If I were to be working with, like, for example, my employers, they're like Christians, doesn't mean that I hold to their views.
Yeah. Dr. Androgyny.
Like
Takia. Remember, he didn't even admit to being on. He said, "You know me, it's myself."
Oh, he's doing it, making bad arguments. That's what I'm getting at. He's making bad arguments. He's saying just because he worked for someone who has like some inconsistent views means that Jake's is something. His arguments are undermined by that. I don't know how does that undermine Jake's arguments or his position. That.
The Shias with their Takia, man. Shia Takia.
that's exactly what that is. 100% Takia. And it's
No,
like
but he's
it's
like,
like
yo, we're talking about me, and then he ended up saying, "I just quoted you verbatim, Muhammad Hijab." That's a clear case of Takia.
Even if he did quoted Muhammad Hijab, how would that anyway make a case against Jake? I don't know how would that make a case against Jake, because even if he's working for Muhammad Hijab and he holds to that view, that won't really undermine his position in any way. How would that
Right.
undermine his position?
It wouldn't undermine his position at one point, one period or another. Like, I mean, I voted for Trump, but my former employer did not. And guess what? It doesn't undermine my support for Donald Trump. It doesn't undermine my position in life as a person with their own political views and shit. That my boss is like a liberal, and I don't, I don't, you know, and if somebody brought that to me in a debate, hey, your boss is a fucking liberal, and here you are a conservative, and you're, well, you got to be wrong. No, it has nothing to do with the debate. I can't I can't be wrong because my employer thinks one way differently from what I think, and I'm wrong because I'm working for this person who thinks differently from me. No, no, no. It doesn't. Life doesn't work that way. You know.
Yeah, the debate is on Tawheed. Debate is on the conception of
Yeah.
Tawheed. It's not on whether your employers have a consistent view with yours or not. That's not the debate topic. I think Jake would
Right.
have just said that this is not even relevant to the debate at hand.
Yeah, that's how I would have came out. I would have been like,
Yeah,
that's not relevant at all. Shoot.
Shia Tequila would wanna be a
Even
Did
though
I
I
ever
know
say
that
that?
You just said it's not in line with Tawheed.
Oh, you're claiming that he's my ustad. How is he my
It doesn't
ustad?
matter. You work with his institute.
It is
so
because you're making false
I
statements.
cannot take your
Guys, get back
objection
on-
to necessitarian
back on course,
seriously.
please.
Sorry,
Back
can
on
I
course.
say
Can't take
something?
this-
Can I say something real quick, Dr. Khalil? Because this is a bit messy. So if you can keep it to questions, and then Jake, like let him take like
Okay. Well,
a minute,
let's just,
an uninterrupted minute, unless
fine.
he
Let's
doesn't need it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Let's just keep going then. Okay. All right. Let us talk about. Do you, Jake, in accordance with your creed, where is Allah?
He's above the throne.
Where's the throne?
What do you mean? Where's the throne?
Where
It's
is
the
the
highest
throne?
point.
Can you
It's the highest point of creation.
Can you point me in the direction of Allah according to your creed?
It's the highest point of creation.
Can you point with your finger according to the hadith of your creed? Where is Allah? Can you point?
Yes,
Show me
just
where.
in the same way that Abdul Qadir al-Jalani also said the same thing when he
Can
quoted
you
the hadith.
point? It doesn't matter.
Am I allowed to?
You
Am I
point-
allowed to? Hey, Mods, am I allowed to actually
I'm not-
He's not
respond?
answering my
Okay.
question. He's not
Dr.
answering my
Khalil,
question.
Dr.
He can
Khalil.
just say no. I
Okay,
can't point.
So 1 second. Let me just mod for a second. So I think and Dr. Javad, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think before we came on, we agreed that in the cross-examination, the person who answers is going to get an uninterrupted minute. Now the issue is, I mean, clearly you're probably not going to agree with his answer, but I mean, it's not like one interrupted minute if you accept his answer.
Excuse
No,
me,
it's just
I have
one
limited
uninterrupted
time,
minute.
and he's evading my question.
Yeah, the
I answered
timer is
all of-
stopped
But
now. Don't worry
Dr.
about
Khalil,
it.
I
Dr.
answered
Khalil,
all
this-
of his
this-
questions. He's not
Dr.
answering my
Khalil,
questions.
Dr.
He's
Why
evading.
why does it seem like Dr. Andani's questioning cross-examination is going on longer than Jake's did?
Did you time it? I didn't time any of that, so
I didn't time it, but it feels like it's just dragging longer than it really needs to. Like Jake went in, asked his questions, wham bam, thank you, ma'am. He let the man answer his questions. He didn't cut him off. He didn't do any of this little extra goofy ass gotcha shit. You know what I'm saying? He hit Khalil with the gotcha already, and he was like, "All right, I'm fucking done." And now when this guy fucking asks him a question and shit, he asks him a question. Jake starts to answer it. He cuts him the fuck on off. He's got a minute to fucking answer, Dr. Andani. Let him fucking answer the goddamn fucking question. Stop. I'm sorry for cursing so much. And I'm sure some of you religious folks out there probably don't respect the motherfucker that curses a whole fucking lot. But fuck you. You don't run my balls. And you're not my Usted. Gotta be fucking kidding me that you can't let a person answer a simple question. Let them finish, and then you can get on with your shit. I know you only got a certain set amount of time. You got like 5 fucking minutes left. Listen, you gotta be strategic. You gotta be like the fucking like TMM over here. He was strategic with how he answered your fucking questions. and you let him take you on that motherfucking ring around the motherfucking rosy and shit with the bullshit all that time in the beginning of your questioning, cross examination. But it just seemed like this time is just dragging and dragging and dragging. And
Yeah,
it's
it is.
it's Dr. It's Dr. Andany's fault for allowing it to drag. He should just let the man answer the question and then boom, next
I
question.
think there's poor moderation in play too, because there's very
Yeah.
poor moderation. Moderators are not working. They should be working on this.
They should definitely be working, paying attention. Their cameras should be the fuck on also. I'm sorry, so we could see that they are actually being attentive and moderating
Yeah,
this conversation. Like if I was a moderator, I'd be right on there, paying attention. I'd be like the guy from Modern Day Debates. I'd be paying the fuck attention, making sure
yeah,
that
definitely.
everybody, everything is going smoothly and whatnot, and that I'm absorbing everything. I'm learning
Everyone's
new
going out
things and
to get
shit.
hair done and shit while there's a debate he's supposed to be hosting.
Yeah, is that what he's doing? He's getting his hair did.
I haven't seen him on camera since he went.
I think he's at work, right? I think most of the time he's at work. Dr. Rahman is at work, and he's moderating the debate at work.
I would have fired him. I'd have been like, "You're fired. You're moderating debates. Are you doing a good job? No, not right now. I'm not. Oh, you're fucking fired." And then Jake would have really lost this debate. All right,
But you never know what Dr. Javed is doing behind the camera. He might be fapping.
He's masturbating to goats.
Oh my!
Probably
Those
to
horns look real nice on you.
You know who's that on his icon? That's the guy who Dr. Khalil holds dear to on his picture, Javed picture. That's
Who is
Ibn
that?
Rushd.
So it's safe to assume
That
he's masturbating to porn.
Ibn Rushd. Ibn Rushd. He's a well-known philosopher and peripatetic school. The school of Aristotle.
What's up with these people and
Yeah.
their worship of
Yeah, moderator.
philosophers?
So this Dr. Javed guy is with Khalindani while Abdul Rahman is with Jake. So there's, I think there should be only one moderator. There shouldn't be two moderators.
Yeah. It seems like these guys are like the moderators are like
Pettiness,
bodyguards
the
for each of
pettiness of
these
the
men.
Shias. The Shias were very petty. They wanted to make it comments, right? Like taps, like no, only our subscribers can comment. But your Shia friends can subscribe, and then they'll be 10 minutes in, they'll be able to comment to their heart's desire, and then they can unsubscribe. And it's like, no, we don't want to subscribe at all. We just want to use you guys for the platform.
We want to rape and pillage your fucking comment section.
That's so petty. They say they can unsubscribe if they want, but right now, like, they can subscribe. 10 minutes in, they can comment and they can unsubscribe. We don't want spammers.
Did they make them turn that off?
Yeah, they turned it off ultimately.
I wouldn't have turned shit off. I wouldn't have turned shit off. If it's on, it's on. You don't want to. If you want to comment, you subscribe. If you don't want to fucking subscribe, piss off.
Tap's giving out too much charity here.
Yeah. Abdul, Jake, you guys should know better. Don't kowtow to the enemy, right? Don't kowtow to your opponent's whims and wills. They're on your platform. You run your platform the way you see fit, all right? And it's definitely safer to have people subscribe first, and then they can comment. Unbelievable.
This 1 minute rule.
Oh, you seem very frustrated.
It was proposed by me. It was proposed by you. So I mean, I'm not. So it's not that.
Actually,
clearly, you can disagree with
it. It was proposed by Jake. Okay, so what shall we do?
That's fine. What I mean is, just try to keep it to questions. Clearly, you can say something that's not a question, but then ask a question and then let him answer.
How much time?
You can come in.
So you have 2 minutes. So you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I would say, just in Khalil's defense, that I think there should be an attempt made to actually answer the questions. But
I am actually attempting to answer the question.
No, but Dr. Javad. Okay, so yes, of course.
You should stay in your place.
But then it's also possible. It's also possible to ask for clarifications on the question. So like that's not an issue. Now, clearly, okay, we're not supposed to take sides here. We want to be
Right.
neutral, but I'm just pointing out that Dr. Khalil, if you could keep it to questions, that would, I mean, that's what the cross examination is for, and it would move more smoothly. And he can respond in, as long as he stays within the minute, he can say whatever he wants. And if he asks for a clarification, it could simply mean that he doesn't understand the question or that the question requires a further clarification. There's no issue with that, right? So let's just keep it that way so it can just run smoothly. And I hope you stop the timer, Dr. Javad.
Yes, that sounds all good to me. And
Okay.
Khalil, I think you made your point about Muhammad hijab, but we don't need to keep litigating that. So let's start again at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm going to restart it right now. Okay. Please continue.
Okay. Are you able to point me in the direction of Allah's throne? He's on mute. So
Sorry about that. Yes, we can point to it. Alhamdulillah, just as Abdul Qadir al-Jalani stated earlier when he quoted the hadith, which you also mentioned, where the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam approved the belief of the girl when he asked her, where is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? And she pointed to the heavens.
okay, can you point where is Allah right now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, can you do it with your finger?
Yeah, we point up.
Okay, so Allah is up. Okay. Allah
You asked about
is
the throne. Yes, it is.
okay. Is the throne below Allah?
No, when did I say that? The throne is
I'm
not.
asking you.
No, the throne is not. I mean, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is above the throne. This is what I said.
Is the throne below Allah?
Yes,
The throne is below Allah.
I just said that. Yeah.
Okay.
Jake
Is
contradicts
the
himself.
lowest heaven below the throne?
Is the lowest heaven below the throne? Yes, it is.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So do you affirm that Allah, per the hadith, descends every night to the lowest heaven?
Yes, I affirm nuzul because it's mentioned in the hadith of the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam.
Okay, so then do you affirm that Allah descends from above the throne to below the throne?
He never leaves the throne. But I
Okay, but
believe that he descends. Yes, it's a real descent of nuzul, which is mentioned in the text.
Okay, what's the meaning of a descent here? Because descent means to go from above to below. So what does nuzul mean?
Yes, we understand it in the plain meaning, which is mentioned in the hadith. If I had it in front of me, I can read it, but it's very clear. I think everybody knows what descent means.
So you affirm that Allah descends from above the throne to the lowest heaven below the throne.
Without entering his creation, yes.
Okay, but he does move then from above the throne to below the throne.
Did I mention anything about movement?
Well,
I
you
don't
said
think I
everybody
mentioned
knows.
anything about movement.
Okay, what is the meaning of descend that everybody knows?
I just explained it to you.
So
No, you can explain it again. I'm dumb. Explain
unfortunately, that's time, even though this got really
well,
interesting.
like, let him answer the question.
You can have 20 seconds, Jake, if you'd like.
Explain it again. What's the meaning of nuzul that everybody knows?
Yeah, so I explained it, and Ibn Taymiyyah, which you said that I couldn't appeal to, which I don't know why. All I told you was I don't agree with him on every single position, and that's certainly fine. But when it comes to the usul, I agree with him. And the fact of the matter is, he explains this. He talks even about the spirit coming down and the angels and this type of so-called movement, which we cannot really understand. And he compares that to the nuzul or descent of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And he says the difference in that is exponentially greater. Therefore, we cannot understand the kayfiyah. We don't have enough knowledge on it. We stick to the text and what it says, and we don't dwell on the kayfiyah.
Okay.
Retarded. I am so retarded. My mic was muted. I was talking all that shit. Thanks, Mo, for stopping through and kicking it with us. He just left Taylor. This is the part where we should have fucking kicked things off at. You know what I'm saying? We should have just started off right here. The cross-examination, you know, all the PowerPoint presentation crap. That shit's boring to me. This is where the conflict and the balls out shit in a debate ends up on the floor. You know what I'm saying? This is where it's at.
An epic shit show on Dr. Androgyny's part.
Yeah, definitely. He's doing a piss poor job of really getting his point across, and I'm really proud of Jake right now. You know, seeing his growth from the first debate we seen him in to now, it's just been levels. He's been adding levels to it. You know, when was he in the Aaron Ra one? He was in the Aaron Ra one, wasn't he? Yeah, he was. And seeing that, just staring blankly at a screen and looking dumbfounded and in awe of greatness, to having the tag team. I believe it was with Justin and shit. Even though Justin wasn't really a moderator, wasn't really a partner. He was supposed to be a moderator, but there was that, and he had his little PowerPoint presentation, and it was, what's that guy, Venezuela? Yeah. And now look at him. Look at this kid. He's fucking going up against the big cheese. You know what I'm saying? And he's holding his own, and he's using different tactics now in the cross examination portion. He's really getting in there, going for the jugular with his questions, getting his questions out, making sure that they get answered, and he's hitting all the gotchas. Dr. Khalil, the guy with the fucking PhD in front of his fucking name, is like really like reeling, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart to the depths of my soul and the soles of my feet. This man is just like failing on every single cylinder in order to get his point out, and he can't get Jake with the gotchas. You good, George? Come on. He can't get him with the gotchas and shit, and that's that you're going, Dr. Andani, you're going up against quite possibly one of the easiest marks on the fucking internet right now to debate in any kind of philosophy or metaphysical conversation, and he is dusting the ever loving shit out of you. And rant.
Yeah,
What you
it's
got,
like
Taylor?
mind-boggling that he has to cheat with the Muslim menstrual physician. Like Jake is a baby Muslim. He's only been a Muslim for like a day.
Right.
He hasn't been a Muslim for very long. He just changed his position to this authority creed, and he's already like pulling his weight. Like where Dr. Khalil's got to use the Kia and cheat.
Like you can still
Unbelievable.
see the price tag on this man's kufi.
Were we ending it?
Do you want to end it? It's been like 4 hours. This is
What?
pretty
Well,
fucking long.
end it. This is clear
Yeah.
cut. Dr.
We'll
Androgyny
do
not doing a good job.
the next episode. What we'll do is I'll timestamp that 203:25. Cool. We'll come back to it. We'll look at the rest of it and shit before we go on with the next material we do. We'll try to make it shorter too. Oh my god. God